Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 2 of What If Naruto Was the Forgotten Son, the Gremory in High School DxD. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. That was, how should I put it? Naruto stood with an abundance of energy, showing no fatigue whatsoever from the 20-minute spar had partaken it. Though it could hardly be called a spar, as the devil had merely dodged, allowing Rainier to be on the full offensive. Enlightening. Fuck you. Rainier laid on the ground, shaking from the exertion of summoning so many light spears for a fallen of her caliber. Her anger had pushed her beyond her limits but had also blinded her rational thinking, thus, devolving the exercise to chucking the spears as hard as she could with no sense of tactics whatsoever. You, piece of shit, looking down on me like that. You've got a pretty filthy mouth, ya know. Naruto was unperturbed by Rainier's colorful insults, knowing full well that her rage and control of her. I suppose my first lesson to you is to keep calm. You allowed me to control your mind, giving me full authority over this battle. Don't let your emotions cloud your thinking, Rainier. Control them. Don't let them control you. With his impromptu lesson complete, he picked her up like a sack of potatoes, hefting her over his shoulder like he did last night. I'll give you money so you can buy clothes and whatnot, but don't spend it on unnecessary things. Actually, scratch that, since I'll be coming with you so you won't stir up trouble like the naughty little fallen you are. Naruto kicked open the basement door, exposing them to the natural light of sunrise, dawn's first set of rays striking through the various windows around their mansion. I can walk now, Rainier snapped, feeling helpless in his grasp. He gently let her down and her wobbling legs trembled to hold her up. Let's go sit on the couch there for now, Naruto offered. I have other training plans to tell you about and a theoretical lecture won't hurt anyone. I'll make it short, so don't worry, ya know. He steadied her shaking body and with much time, she collapsed on the comfy furniture, now in the living room of their headquarters. Well, let's start our talk, shall we? Naruto stroked his chin, deep in thought, while Rainier scoffed. Whatever. Let's get this over with. Alright. Good news first. He sat straight up, now taking the situation seriously, as he was never the one to joke about training. You have plenty of potential. I can sense that much in you, so don't stress over feeling inferior in this household. You're a part of our family, so we'll all be helping you get stronger. Rainier curled her lip, not knowing how she felt about being a part of a devil's family. Now the bad news. Naruto poked Rainier's head, the latter swatting his hand aside with masked vexation, not used to being treated with such behavior. I said this earlier, but you're getting angry way too easily. That's one. Another problem I will not tolerate is your arrogance. Don't think I didn't see your fight against that Issei kid. He was barely experienced and weak, yet you allowed him to take you down. Shut up, Rainier screamed. Being reminded of losing to such a lowly human hurt her more than she had imagined. She prided herself on being a member of the Gregory and a fallen angel that would serve Azazel-sama to the best of her duties. Losing to a human, it was one of the worst things that happened to her. Don't remind of losing that fucking loser. That lowly human, he surprised me for a second, but I'll smite him like the bug he is next time we meet. Naruto sighed. He had a lot of work to do if this was her attitude. And there's your problem. You're allowing me to get under your skin again. Listen, Rainier. This attitude of fallen angels being stronger than every other race, it's got to stop. Now. She scowled, wanting to punch his handsome features until they were a barely recognizable mass of bruises and blood. Rainier would hold on to those beliefs to the grave. It was something she had believed in for a long time, and if her so-called king wanted to change that, he was in for a lengthy process, a nigh impossible task. Though Issei has a rather powerful sacred gear. What are you talking about? It's just a measly, twice critical, powerful for anyone else but a weakling like him. Rainier derided Issei's lack of power, even after her unseemly defeat by his hands. Wrong. Naruto smiled, swiping the air with his finger. Most likely, he owns boosted gear, one of the 13 Longinus and the relic sealed with the power of Ddrag, one of the heavenly dragons. You saw it in the battle, didn't you? Even after getting stabbed in the leg, he showed more speed and strength following his injury. Rainier initially gaped at the ridiculousness of his statement. Issei Kyoto. Member of the infamous perverted trio and spent more time masturbating than breathing. The mere notion was preposterous. Yet his reasoning made sense and his claim fit a lot of the puzzle pieces together. Why would Azazel-sama send her to check up on a twice critical him? A miscalculation? No, it wasn't likely. Given his fascination with sacred gears, the one Issei possessed would have to be undeniably strong or unique. It would also explain that boost of speed, like Naruto pointed out. Admittedly, as weak as she was, her light should still pose some danger to devils, more so to Issei, as he was reincarnated as a pawn, not a rook. Rias must have some awfully good luck, stumbling on a Longinus user, the fabled boosted gear at that. Naruto tapped his chin before, bowing. That's right. Back to what I was saying earlier. Now the way his sacred gear works, it doubles his power every 10 seconds. Had you stopped monologuing like a cliché anime villain and fought without delay, the battle would be over in your victory. However, by underestimating him in your arrogance, you allowed him to boost himself, leading to his victory. All right, you, Rainier composed herself, putting Naruto's first lesson into effect. Getting angry at her king wouldn't solve anything. After all, he was training her. I get it, I fucked up. Anything more you wanna tell me? Naruto shook his head. Nope, those are just your primary weaknesses for now. Your current power level doesn't matter to me too much. It's your attitude and mindset that matters the most. Now go on, take a shower. He shooed her with his hands. You're starting to smell, ya know. We'll talk about magic while we're shopping. He then remembered that Rainier had no other clothing besides the one on her back. Right, Naruto finished lamely, rubbing his head bashfully under Rainier's glare. Let's just go out like this. Naruto clapped her back, earning a grimace from the fallen before her face turned to one of horror. Like this? Yeah, is that a problem? Naruto asked. Of course it is, dimwit. Rainier patted down her shredded top and bottom. They're filled with holes and cuts and you expect me to go out like this? Ah, Naruto hummed in recognition of the truth in her statement. Just stay here. I'll get something for you to wear for the time being. Rushing out of the room and up the stairs, he left Rainier to simmer in her thoughts. Didn't Azazel mention some kind of sacred gear? Know that he mentioned it, I can't help but be curious. Maybe if I asked, he'll tell me how it works. I'm back. A gust of wind blew the strands of Rainier's sweat-covered hair out of her face, as Naruto was moving at blinding speeds. Here ya go. He tossed her a simple black sweater to cover up her top. Now hurry up and get dressed. We'll be heading out back to Japan, just not Kuo town. Rias is probably on her guard with all that's happened recently, so we'll be going to Kyoto. While the violet-eyed fallen slipped the sweater on, Akame's toneless voice, inflicted with the slightest shards of joy, began to fill the air. Naruto, there was a letter waiting for you. Akame handed a red envelope, stamped with the Gremory crest. Thanks, Akame. He chirped, placing the message in his pocket. Is there anything you want us to bring back? We're heading out to Kyoto. Meat. She glowed with an expectancy of dinner consisting solely of meat. Naruto's sweat dropped, recalling his bishop's obsession over such a food. I'll keep that in mind. She nodded her head in thanks, curling her lips upwards while making her way back to her room. Naruto turned to Rainier, grabbing her shoulder and pulling her closer, giving rise to a rosy tint on her cheeks. Let's go. One teleportation spell later, and they were in Kyoto. DxD. There's a clothing store over there. Naruto pointed out, ignoring the wide stares focusing on his exotic, handsome looks and the alluring beauty befitting that of a fallen. Unfortunately for Rainier, the black sweater did little to hide her attractive face, drawing a bucketload of drooling idiots, all of the male sex. If it were any other day, she would relish the influence of her charm, savoring how easy it was to attract such looks of desire. Today, however, she was tired from the spar from earlier and the mental undressings were unnerving and disgusting. Naruto pulled out 100,000 yen, handing the Japanese currency to her. You're still tired from earlier, right? Rainier bit her lip, not wanting to show a sign of weakness, yet also knew she couldn't carry the bags of clothing she was going to buy without help. She sighed in defeat. I am. So you better carry all the damn bags for me. Naruto raised his hands in mock surrender. I was planning on doing so anyway. No need to get so worked up. He opened the door to the shop, motioning her to enter first. The Fallen, even after years of witnessing humanity, couldn't help but be amazed at their ability to evolve, as weak as they were. The cool air was a slap to her face, a mild relief to the intense temperature heated by her body as a consequence of fighting so intensely. Air conditioning, what an amusing invention. A machine that provides cool air. Humans are so ingenious, but only when it comes to laziness and how to avoid it. Walking to the women's section of the shop, she bit her lip once more before questioning, "You wanted to talk to me about a lecture?" Naruto grinned at this, unmistakably pleased by the action. "I'm glad you asked. Where to start? Well, you should know that magic is heavily dependent on one's imagination. Take your light manipulation as an example. When creating spears, what runs through your mind?" Rainier confusedly answered, "I don't know, my need for a weapon to kill the enemy." "That's another problem we have to fix." Naruto clapped his hands. "You're shaping your will into the light. In this case, your willingness to defeat the enemy is being manipulated into a spear. But why not a sword? A whip? A hammer?" Because I don't have enough power." "True, but only to a certain extent." Naruto shrugged. "Sure, two-winged or even four-winged Fallen shouldn't be able to shape weapons like hammer or axes. That's reserved for the mid-tier Fallen. However, you are still a four-winged Fallen. You should be able to form a sword or a dagger, at least. The reason why you can't do so is that you're not focusing on the weapon itself." He tilted his head before lifting a simple white shirt into their shopping basket. "This might suit you. It's just She kneaded her head, trying her best to stave off a headache. "You were saying. Next time we train, focus on the actual appearance and properties of a spear. The handle, the spearhead, picture all that and will an actual spear to appear. What you used to do was just willing for a random weapon to appear to smite your foes. That's not magic. Take in an image of a spear and understand how it works. Once you do that, your weapon will not only be stronger, but also easier to summon. Understand?" As much as Rainier disliked devils, she couldn't help but find the advice useful. She nodded her head steadily. "I think I do. But why haven't I been told this?" she wondered out loud. "Beats me." Naruto tossed another shirt into the basket, the pile slowly reaching the top. "If I had to guess, it's probably because you only had 2 wings. Why waste your time on a grunt when you can be training Fallen with 3 or 4 pairs of wings?" Power. Again, it all came down to power. Rainier clenched her fist at the unfairness of the system. Naruto, noticing this, stopped walking, placing a hand on her forearm. "Hey, none of that now. I told you, didn't I? We'll all be helping you get stronger, so don't worry about it. Just hone your basics and follow our guidance, and before you know it, you'll have a 3rd set of wings, ya know." Rainier nodded stiffly before heading over to the cash register, seeing that the bag was full. After finishing their purchase, Naruto tugged her arm, pulling her to a discreet alley with no one nearby. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Rainier whispered loudly, a large blush on her face. She didn't know what was more embarrassing, the thought of someone walking in on them and seeing such a sight, or the fact that she was aroused at the thought of Naruto doing something naughty to her. "Shish." Naruto quickly sealed their multiple bags into a scroll, an action she witnessed last night. "Just making life easier for us, ya know. Now let's head to a butcher shop." He waved her over, walking back on the sidewalk with the bustling people gazing at their inhuman beauty once more. She just hoped they wouldn't notice the wet stain on her pants. After searching for a couple of minutes, they found what they were looking for, then proceeding to head into the shop. Luckily for them, there was no line, meaning they didn't have to wait for a second for another person's order. "Hello, can I please get 20 servings of the boneless ribeye?" Staring at him in shock, the man at the registry confirmed his order and proceeded to wrap the meat for his gluttonous customer. "Naruto, I want to ask you a couple of questions." "Go ahead." "Why don't you hate me?" Rainier fiddled with her thumbs, blurting out a question she had been holding in for a while. "You told Azazel that innocents losing their lives is something you don't want to see. You saw what I did to that nun and Issei. Why don't you hate me?" she repeated. "True. Issei and Asia were both innocents and you took their lives with no regret. However, you are now a part of Akatsuki, my family. We all make mistakes. It's a part of a family's job to correct you, help you stand up, and move on. Do I wish things to have gone differently? Yes. Do I have the power to change the past? No. It's pointless to dwell in the past and brood over what could have been done. He took the wrapped meat, holding the bulging bag with ease and paying the respective amount. Besides, Rias was going to revive that nun anyways, seeing that her pawn and Asia have a strong bond. Even if she died, she'd be brought back to life, both of which happened. That being said, I don't expect you to do that ever again. Understand? Rainier nodded. That glare of his was frightening, and arousing at the same time. Damn her. Why did her patron sin have to be lust? DxD. And we're back. Naruto threw open the doors, snatching his sweater right off of Rainier. Take a shower now, You're starting to smell. Without waiting for her to respond, Naruto took off, bounding up the stairs, eager to read what Sirzechs wanted to tell him. Her yells of outrage didn't reach him, his brain filtering out the unimportant background noise. Shutting his room's door behind him, he sighed, sitting on the bed. Knowing Sirzechs, he probably wants me to help out Rias for her engagement. He can't do anything since he's the Mao, but if he wants me to help, I'll be sure to extract every little favor I can get. Naruto tore the opulent envelope, taking out an equally elaborate piece of paper with his half-brother's handwriting. Dear Naruto. Why haven't you come to me? It hurts your big brother knowing you went to Sirzechs instead of me. He relayed all the information he learned to me, so don't worry about me asking about your travels. I won't pry. Anyways, I have a lot of things I want to talk to you about, so just teleport to my office whenever you want. It's a refreshing alternative to paperwork and the best part. Grephia can't even scold me for it. From Sirzechs, your loving older brother. Naruto exhaled, realizing the headache he would have to suffer while listening to Sirzechs begging and pleading for him to save his sister, all along with Grephia pulling his cheek. I should come up with a list of my demands. Should I just ask for a couple of favors? I'll take a shower first and change into something else. Otherwise, Grephia might nag at me. DxD. Sirzechs. Now outfitted in a button-up dress shirt and blue jeans, Naruto stood in front of the napping Sirzechs, his head lying on the pile of paperwork. Luckily for him, it was Naruto who found him first instead of his strict wife, Grephia. Sirzechs. Naruto pounded the desk, the harsh vibrations from the impact, waking Sirzechs effectively. The waves of paper flew in every cardinal direction, peacefully covering the floor like snow. You said you wanted to meet. Doing my paperwork. The Mao went ramrod, standing at attention, anticipating his wife finding him in such an unsightly state. Instead, it was Naruto who caught him slacking. Ah, Naruto. Little brother, how have you been? Sirzechs opened his arm, expecting a big hug from Naruto but getting none. Awkwardly closing his arms, he pouted at the lack of attention, a facial expression that was not befitting of the leader of the devil faction. I have been fine, Sirzechs. Naruto dragged over a chair, sitting down and facing the elder brother. What did you want to talk to me about? Getting straight to the point, I see, Sirzechs said with fondness. I'm so proud of you. I've heard from Azazel you've set up a business and everything. I wanted to enlist you for a certain task. Let me guess. Naruto interrupted, inwardly smirking at how predictable his brother was. When it came down to Rias, he was like an open book, telegraphing every move he had in mind. He had already predicted this interaction to the last detail and it was showing. You either want me to keep an eye on Rias or help her in her engagement. It's more likely to be the latter, since you mentioned Sirzechs told you of our meeting, meaning you already know of his similar request to keep an eye out for her. Am I right? Sirzechs stared at his younger brother, oblivious to his reputation as a siskin. Ahem, right, as usual, Naruto. Impressive, though I would expect nothing less from the infamous Firebolt. Naruto blinked. Firebolt. Don't tell me you don't know. Sirzechs laughed. That's what they're calling you now, the mysterious leader of the Akatsuki. The fire for your fiery, red hair, and the bolt part comes from using lightning as your primary element. Like it. I find it pretty cool if I do say so myself. Firebolt. That's right, Naruto had always wished for a moniker to be called by, to spread attention to his powers. Though, what kind of name is that? Naruto shouted, annoyed at the lack of creativity put into his name. That's pathetic. Isn't there anything else people call me? Sirzechs blinked owlishly. You don't like it. Well, Azazel calls you the anomaly, but who even likes that, am I right? Firebolt. Sirzechs spread his hands out as if to present Naruto to an imaginary crowd of cheering devils. I think it's great. You make me so proud, little brother. He sobbed tears of joy, while Naruto realized the conversation was going nowhere and reminded Sirzechs of his request. Right, the Lucifer composed himself. You are right in that aspect. As the Lucifer, I cannot show any favoritism to my family, so I am asking you to help Rias out in that regard. Very well. Naruto folded his fingers together, ready to make his list of requests. Let's discuss the price of my services, shall we? Price. DxD. It had taken more time than expected. Naruto had predicted Sirzechs would cave into his demands with ease, going to extreme lengths for his precious Rias. The newly dubbed Firebolt, or the Anomaly, had not expected Sirzechs to protest vehemently, insisting that as a brother and sibling of Rias, he had duties to uphold and asking for a price was unseemly. To that, Naruto coldly replied with having no siblings, standing on his claim that with Rias's cold treatment and ignorance, she was no sister of his. Back and forth, the two brothers argued and Naruto threatened to walk out, leaving Rias to fend for herself. To that, Sirzechs dared to fall to his knees, begging for his assistance. Outwards, Naruto was unfazed, continuing to haggle out a reasonable price that would benefit him and his peerage. In the end, Naruto got out 2 favors and the promise to allow his peerage to spar with the Akatsuki when asked. Unfortunately for Sirzechs, Grafia was not present throughout the argument, leaving them vulnerable to Naruto's suave ways of talking and silver-tongued words. Teleporting back to his headquarters, Naruto felt like a winner, his news likely to be well received by his friends. Sirzechs, you idiot, I'll get a couple of favors out of you later on. Don't think we're finished, brother. I have everything planned out. Sirzechs, it's time. Rias, we'll be meeting each other very soon. DxD. Venelana, the older half-sister of Lord Baal, made her way to the cemetery. Every chance she got, she would visit her grave, mourning her demise. Her feet crunched the grass and fallen branches, walking at a constant pace. The thought of that half-blood dirtying her home just by being there was sickening. She couldn't believe her husband had the gall to invite and welcome him after everything his clan did. She was going to have a lengthy conversation with her husband once she finished up here. After years of peace of not having to deal with Naruto, she had forgotten his existence. She had always assumed he was gone, somewhere in the distant lands, hopefully getting himself killed. It was unfortunate that he was still wandering the lands of the living, instead of joining the dead. It was here. A beautiful gravestone made completely out of purple ice, courtesy of Seraphal Leviathan. To each side, there were multiple bouquets, unwithered, and freshly picked from the garden. The trees were grown specifically to the side of the grave, spreading its great branches over the tomb. In the middle were engraved the words, "A loving friend, mother, and wife, one of the last pureblood devils no longer breathing. Here lies Lady Seatree, gone but not forgotten. DxD." 2 days later. Maybe Baku's worries are related to the Gremory household, Issei suggested, mentally pointing out all the discrepancies Rias had shown yesterday and the day before that. He was undeniably shocked at her unresponsiveness to Issei and the others, often looking like she was drifting from the world. If anything pointed out something was wrong, it was the event from yesterday, Rias asking him, the average, perverted boy with no outstanding features, to take her virginity. If that didn't scream wrong, he didn't know what did. To the right of him, Kiba walked in the usual graceful manner, his gait akin to that of royalty. Possibly. If there's anyone who knows, it'll be Akeno, Baku's right-hand man, heir, woman. With his experience and years of working with Bucho far exceeding that of Issei and Asia, Kiba noticed a monstrous presence that could only belong to one person. That presence, how could I not have detected it until I got here? Asia and Issei tilted their heads in confusion, increasing their pace to match Kiba's pace, the usually composed, shining knight bothered by something. Opening the door, he exhaled in recognition of the beautiful gray-haired woman fitted in a maid outfit. This will be troublesome. The woman turned her sharp gaze to the newcomers, Asia cowering behind Issei, instantly threatened by the dominant presence exuded by the woman. Of course, Issei wasn't cowed at all, choosing to drool at her impressive assets, eliciting a slight look of disgust from the woman before disappearing as quickly as it appeared. Rias-sama, shall I explain it? Her blank face addressed Rias with the proper respect, indicating that she was a servant of sorts, supported by her clothing. Yet why did it feel like the maid was stronger than Bucho? It's fine, Grafia. I'll be. Before the beautiful king could explain further, an intricate orange-colored circle burst into the ground, the flame-like colors nearly blinding all the present members, except Grafia, who had her typical no-nonsense expression plastered to her face, not even blinking in the face of the brilliant shine. A caw akin to that of a hawk sounded, signaling the coming of another devil. It's been a long time since I've been to the human world. A handsome, blonde-haired man had his hands in pockets, flames flaring from his back, taking shape in what looked like phoenix wings. His eyes swept the room before falling upon Rias, his lecherous gaze taking in the magnificent, well-shaped girl. My dear Rias, I've come to take you to the ceremony. He walked over to Rias, singling his arm around her shoulders, attempting to cop a feel but getting swatted by the irritated Gremory heir. Now, don't be so rude, Rias. Hey, Issei pointed his finger at the man, unable to take in the sight of Bucho being manhandled by someone other than him. Who the hell are you? And for the record, you're the one being rude to her. I should be asking that. I'm Issei Hyodo, pawn of Rias Gremory, and I'll ask you again. Who are you to touch the magnificent opie belonging to Bucho? That right is reserved for me. Issei pounded his chest, unwilling to part with the twin mounds sitting on her chests. The man looked at him with even more confusion, wondering why a pawn was acting in such a manner. You should put a leash on your human servant, Rias. It's unseemly for him to talk to me this way. I am Riser Phoenix, a member of the legendary Phoenix family. A pest of your likes should be bowing before my presence. Riser bragged, flaring his fiery power, drawing drops of sweats from Issei. I can't believe you didn't tell him about me, Rias. Though, now that I'm thinking about it, it's expected. Why you would inform a reincarnated human of such important news would be beyond me. Grafia butted in with her usual cold tone. This man will be marrying Rias-sama, uniting both households together. I would ask that you keep your lecherous thoughts to yourself, where is he? As for Rias-sama and Riser-sama, I ask that you patiently wait for another guest. He too will be partaking in this meeting. A flicker of hope in canceling the arrangement ran through Rias. Did my brother come to my assistance? I thought he was a Mao. Speaking out loud, Rias said defiantly, I won't be marrying you, Riser, so keep your hands to yourself. As the next heir, I shall be the one to choose my partner. Riser looked up lazily, sipping on the tea Akeno served to them. You of all people should know this. Our population has been steadily decreasing, due to the war between the three factions. It's only natural that two pure-blooded devils marry each other. This bond is essential to the survival of our race, Rias. Besides, an offspring wielding the powers of destruction in the Phoenix. This is important to all of us, including both of our households, so don't be selfish and ruin the Gremory name, Rias. I would never tarnish the Gremory name. I plan on getting a son-in-law for my house. Riser looked up, alerted to such a proclamation. Putting his teacup down, he pointed to himself. Then you'll marry. I won't be marrying you. I'll marry someone of my choosing. Even the devils of old households have that much of a right. Rias crossed her arms under her bust, leaving Riser to sweat-drop at his interrupted claim. You know that I bear the Phoenix name, and I can't let it be stained. Riser stood up from the couch, hands still in his pants. I came out of my way to visit the human world for you, even though every breath I take here is dirtying. Once more, wings of flames unfurled from his back, Riser living up to his surname of Phoenix. As a being who rules over fire and wind, it's difficult for me to stay in such a place where the flames and wind are so tainted. I will take you back to the underworld with me, even if I have to incinerate your servants. His killing intent rose, the temperature rising steadily alongside his demonic power blazing in all its glory. Rias, for her credit, didn't back down. showing off her reserves with a dark aura emitting from her body in the response to her servants being threatened. Let's see you try, Riser. As Graphia began to raise her power, she felt yet another presence streaking towards the building they were currently occupying. She nodded in recognition and curiosity, deciding to let him handle the situation. Bang! The two devils face to face looked to the side, observing the newcomer standing by the twin doors leading to the interior of the Occult Research Club. Yo tilde, the doors flew open, slamming to the side and snapping the tension in the atmosphere. Am I late, Graphia? Riser turned to face a similarly red-haired devil standing by the door. And who are you? Do you understand what you're interrupting? Rias choked on air, Akeno patting her back as her king continued to hack in surprise. Clearly, her king had recognized the devil, though she wondered why he was never mentioned. The black-haired queen stared at him curiously, wondering what he was doing in such a place. Is he the guest Graphia mentioned? Who is he? Focusing on his facial features, she couldn't help but be drawn to his sculpted face and body, his bare chest being slightly exposed, the white, long-sleeved shirt he had on, not fully covering his torso. He is quite handsome, Akeno licked her lips. I wonder if he's willing to be the Fufufu. The other members of Rias's peerage had equally confused looks, though Kaneko hid it well behind her mask of apathy. And who the hell are you? Issei shouted, inwardly cringing at the idea of yet another devil fighting for the hand of his Bucho. You're trying to marry Bucho too, aren't you? In response, the red-haired devil looked expectantly to Rias, his eyebrow raised. You didn't tell them about me either. I forgot. I thought you were gone. Naruto wagged his finger. Come on, Rias. He emphasized the name, spitting the word out like it was poison. Don't think like that. Forgotten. Sure. Gone. Never. He tapped his chin while his other hand played with the handle of his sword lying to his side. Forgotten but not gone, that has a nice ring to it, don't you think, sis? Sis. Issei dumbly peered at what he called the pretty boy. Wait, so you're her brother, that means, you're not going to marry her. Ddrake's partner mentally did a victory dance, shaking his hips and arms in a grotesque way that made the Welsh dragon sweat drop. He already had enough trouble with one pretty boy in Buku's peerage. While Bucho, thankfully, chose him over Kiba as her first, having another handsome bastard, on top of this Riser Phoenix, would be too troublesome for Issei to handle. That's rather observant of you. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at the boy's antics. Truly, the amount of lust building and amounting within Issei presented a refreshing change from an otherwise mundane day. Though, incest isn't looked down upon in our society, he teased, waiting for Issei to blow up like a pent-up volcano, releasing flaming, crystallizing lava and black, sky-covering ash, just in the form of shouts and verbal insults. Wah, bastard, Issei shouted, pointing at the still unidentified redhead, his tone carrying a substantial amount of disgust. You'd marry your own sister. Just let me have her all to myself. His victory dance was paused, transitioning to a pounding of fists on the ground of Issei's mindscape. Even if the pretty boy was siblings with Bucho, he was undeniably better looking than himself, a glaring fact that prickled and irritated his entire body. Seeing Issei begin to hyperventilate, Naruto laughed, finding much humor in teasing the brown-haired boy. Don't worry though, even though society doesn't find that abnormal, I do, you don't have to worry about me being competition. His laughter began to die down, his ocean blue eyes focusing on the other occupants of the room. Bucho, what a naughty girl, hiding such a handsome devil from the rest of us. The long, black-haired girl, most likely Rias's queen, put a hand over her cheek, her initially cold smile upon Riser's appearance melting to something more mellow. Could it be Rias keeping him all to herself? Immediately, Naruto took a liking to her. After all, anyone who had the balls to make such a crass joke in such a situation was easygoing and definitely didn't have a stick up her ass, unlike some others. Graphia. Well, since Rias doesn't find it appropriate to introduce me, I'll do it myself. I'm Naruto Gremory, the younger brother of Rias Gremory. It was something Naruto didn't like stating, but he concealed his slightly sour tone with a blinding smile and his twinkling blue eyes. It's nice to meet you all. Well, most of you, he amended, glancing at the arrogant Phoenix who was still computing the news thrown on him. Naruto hated devils like Riser, people who believed they were inherently better than everyone else from the start and not putting in an ounce of training in their life. Even if he didn't care much for Rias, he could see why she hated the man so much. Likewise, Naruto-san, Rias's queen stepped up for her king, seeing that Rias was still in disbelief of Naruto's sudden appearance. I am Akeno Himehime, the queen of Rias Gremory. She swept her hand to the back, gesturing towards the rest of Rias's peerage. And this is the rest of our family. A princely, blonde-haired boy stepped forwards with elegant grace, his hand over his heart. It's an honor to meet you, Naruto-sama. I am Kiba, the knight of Rias Gremory, and this here, he patted Kaniko's head, knowing that the rook was socially awkward and chose to speak in short sentences. As Kaniko Tuju, the rook of Rias Gremory. Nice to meet you, Naruto-sama. Naruto waved his hand, not used to any form of honorific, with the exception of Urza. Please, just call me Naruto. No need to add honorifics or anything like that. He looked at the sacred gearless nun, remembering what he asked Azazel to do and noted to give her the rings back at a later time. And your name is? The pure-hearted nun smiled nervously at Naruto, already wary of the power emitted from Riser and of the unknown factor, Naruto. Ah, it's nice to meet you, Naruto saw Naruto. She squeaked out, remembering his request and abiding by it. Issei stood protectively next to Asia, accepting the responsibility of shielding her from harm given to him by Bucho. My name is. Yeah, I heard you the first time. Naruto dismissed the boy carelessly, cackling on the inside on how easy Issei was to anger. You're just a pawn anyways. To that, Issei pumped out his chest, and boldly declared, why you? It doesn't matter. I don't care about any of that. All I know is that Buku's breasts are mine. Naruto had to give the boy credit. While his earlier performances and fights didn't merit him the honor of being called the wielder of boosted gear, his roar just now was certainly rivaling that of the Welsh dragon. Ha ha ha. Naruto burst out laughing, his eyes shining with mirth. You're really funny, Issei. I can see why Rias chose to reincarnate you. Though Issei was the one being laughed at, he took a liking to Naruto. Sure, he was handsome and that drew some envy from the ordinary boy, but he could tell from an instant that Naruto was kind and the warm aura surrounding him made Issei want to trust him. Besides, he wasn't a competition for Rias's virginity, so that made him better in Issei's book. That's good and all, but why are you here? Riser finally took in the fact that Rias had a younger brother. This is a matter between Rias and I. Besides, he shot Naruto a stink eye, noticing that, in his mind, his soon-to-be brother-in-law had tainted magic, his presence being slightly different from that of his and Rias's. You're not a pure blood, are you? You're just like them, right? The way he said, them, was clearly meant to be derogatory if his undertone was anything to go by. Enough. Grafia decided that the conversation had gone long enough and dwindled in relevance. Naruto-sama, she ignored his cries of protest at being addressed in such a way. As an invited guest by Lucifer himself. Will that be a problem, Riser-sama? Grafia glowered at the Phoenix, raising her energy to levels that exceeded theirs. Curiously enough, while she noticed Rias and Riser both flinching at the sudden raise, Naruto didn't make any sort of reaction, keeping calm and his expression constant. Ah, if the strongest queen and Lucifer-sama both insist, who am I to decline? Riser, while arrogant and full of himself, knew he didn't stand a chance against the monsters known as Sirzechs and his peerage. Every last one of them was well known throughout the underworld for their immense strength, and tangling up in conflict with them was something even Riser knew not to do. However, there is still the matter of the wedding, no. Grafia closed her eyes, remembering what had been decided by the Gremory household. This was to be expected. Because it seems like we cannot this matter by talking alone, Zeodicus-sama and Venelana-sama have decided that another measure can be taken, a raiding game, a game to fight with your servants. She clarified for the inexperienced devils. As you know, Rias-sama cannot participate in official games, but if it's unofficial, even non-adults can partake in this event. Grafia opened her eyes, looking into Rias with the unasked question. We accept, Rias declared, her head now clear of distractions. There's no way I'll blow this opportunity, so I'll settle this in a raiding game, Riser. Naruto looked on with interest, knowing full well that Riser had a full set while Rias had 6 members, not counting herself. Though he wondered where her mutated bishop was. Fine with me. Riser oozed with confidence, knowing that his experience and immortality would be nigh impossible for Rias to overcome. If you win, you'll do as you please. But if I win, you'll marry me immediately. Graphia, confirm your intentions. As the representative of both of your houses, is it all right for me to manage the game's details? With the 2 confirmatory nods, Graphia continued with the formal talk. Understood, I will convey this news to both of your families. Instead of leaving immediately, she stayed, waiting for Naruto to fulfill his part of the deal and make sure Rias got her end of the deal. Hey, Rias, Riser peered at them with contempt, shaking his head at their lack of numbers and power. This can't be all your servants, can they? Because if this is all you have, this game will be a joke. Besides your queen, the rest won't be qualified to take on my cute servants. Watch. With a point of his finger, another phoenix crest materialized on the floor, and in it, 15 girls appeared, prompting Issei drool and cry at the sight, unable to decide whether he hated or admired the man. With Riser being the show-off and playboy he is, he began kissing 2 of his servants in front of them all, much to Asia's mortification and Issei's confused boner. Naruto watched with cold disappointment, knowing that Riser handpicked out his servants just to have sex with them. It was disgraceful. You see that low-class devil-kun. Riser looked up from his steamy session, his arms cradling his 2 pawns and cupping their breasts. You'll never be able to do this. Issei was in a conflicted state. On one hand, he was embarrassingly aroused and impressed that this man had accomplished a long-time dream of Issei's. On the other hand, he was kissing 2 girls in front of Bucho, when he knew he was going to marry her. That was, how lecherous. Even when married to Bucho, he was making out with other girls. How perverted could one man be? He made up his mind. You piece of shit. Issei screamed, summoning his gauntlet in his hand, drawing a surprised look from Riser and confirming Naruto's theory. A perverted womanizer like you doesn't deserve her. I'll beat the shit out of you right now. He ran towards Riser, his fist cocked and loaded. So troublesome, Riser snapped his finger and a girl snapped at attention, her staff ready at her hand. Mira, take care of him. Responding with a, yes, Riser-sama, the pawn twirled her staff, standing in between her king and a fellow pawn. She's weak but from the way her muscles coil in her fighting stance, she's at least well disciplined. Issei, on the other hand, he's a mess. There's no proper form and he's hesitating right now, probably thinking about how he doesn't want to hurt the girl. I don't want to hurt the girl but if I can grab her stick. Issei nodded to himself, satisfied with his tactic when Mira appeared in front of him at speeds he couldn't comprehend, seemingly teleporting to Issei. But before she could launch her attack by slamming the end of the staff into Issei's gut, Naruto intervened. Rushing from his position, he grabbed the ball-tipped staff at one end, his smile not diminishing in the slightest while preventing an injury. Wind, from the sudden rush of movement, blew back Mira's blue ponytails. Now, let's keep the violence to a minimum, I'm sure Graphia would agree. The mentioned queen was impressed. Naruto had moved at a fairly impressive speed but what was more shocking was the fact that he could exponentially increase said speed to a whole nother level, harnessing the wild nature of lightning in a manner never seen before. Certainly, the so-called anomaly lived up to his name. Riser's attempt at humiliating the pawn was thoroughly thwarted, disappointing himself and a good number of his peerage as well. Still, he wanted to get the last word in. That was my weakest pawn and yet she was able to move at speeds beyond your level. If this Naruto hadn't stepped in, you'd be on the ground groaning. As dumb as he was, Issei knew the truth too. He wasn't able to track Mira's movements and would have suffered if it wasn't for Baku's brother. Damn it. He held the revered gauntlet, remembering how praises were heaped on him as the wielder of the fabled boosted gear. It was just now that he realized they were talking of his potential, what he could eventually be molded into. What he was right now, it was pathetic. I'm sure we can all see that, no. Riser spread his arms out in arrogance, mocking the Gremory peerage with his very presence. I propose giving Rias 10 days to train. After all, if we do it now, I can see the result. It won't be very interesting. What do you think, my dear Rias? Naruto was now awed by the sheer conceit and haughtiness filled in Riser's body. He agreed to Sirzechs' plan to suggest giving Rias a week to train by inflating Riser's ego and deprecating Rias and her servants. With the extra time, he would then train a member of Rias's peerage. Yet here he was, having his work cut out for him because of the hubris of Riser. Not only that, but Riser was giving them an extra 3 days, compared to what Sirzechs had suggested. Glumly, with her pride broken to shambles, Rias mumbled, "Got it," and looked down at the floor, unable to look at Riser in the eye. "And you?" Before leaving, Riser directed his words at Issei, his hands shoved in his pockets. "Try not to put Rias to shame, pawn. After all, a blow to you is a blow to Rias." With that, Riser and his peerage left in the typical burst of flames, lighting up the occult research building once more before departing from the human world. "Damn," Naruto slowly whistled. "He's some guy, right Rias?" Even the shock of seeing her brother again wasn't able to overpower her despair when comparing her peerage to Riser's. "Grafia, you'll tell both families of this, I presume." The silver-haired maid nodded but not before glaring at Naruto. "You presume correctly. However, I believe Naruto-sama has something he'd like to say." With that statement out of the way, everyone looked at the redhead, trusting in Grafia's judgment that Naruto had something relevant to add. "I do." "You do. Please take this seriously, Naruto-sama." Grafia insisted, her eyes daring Naruto to say otherwise. "She's right." Naruto's posture changed, along with his aura. No longer was he carefree and cracking jokes. His back was straight and his expression was much more serious. "I have been convinced to help you guys. As a result of a certain deal I struck up, I will be training one member of your peerage of my choosing. Another will be trained by a friend of mine." Training. Despite Naruto's performance, Issei couldn't help but wonder if Baku's brother was really all that strong. After all, he'd witnessed Bucho disintegrate objects into dismantled atoms. What made this guy so special? Oh. Naruto snapped his fingers, recalling one other action he had to take. "I also have something to return." Materializing a scroll in a poof of white smoke, he pressed his hand in the middle, taking out a pair of rings that looked familiar. Ossia Argento, was it? He mused, walking over to the blonde, ignoring the astounding glares thrown at him. "I believe Twilight Healing belongs to you." In a precise thrust, the glowing rings were reunited with its wielder, a green light encompassing the room. But that means, Rias put the puzzle pieces together, coming to the realization that the masked devil they fought during Asia's rescue operation was Naruto, or at the very least, affiliated with him. "Yeah, I'm that guy you fought days ago. And if you're wondering what I did with those fallen angels, I took them back to their rightful place." He finished vaguely watching as his sister's face reddened. "Why?" she whispered before raising her voice. "You had no right to take them from me. They didn't face proper judgment." "Is that really your concern?" For the first time, everyone saw the hidden side of Naruto, his cold, calculating look questioning the judgment of Rias, second-guessing if she should even be helped in the first place. "Or are you going to shut up and come with me?" Rias gulped, her fears rising to the surface when presented with the shards of ice Naruto called eyes. Those endless, cerulean orbs threatened to swallow and drown her in all her misery, sucking her into an endless whirlpool that dragged her into bits and pieces. She conceded, knowing that if Naruto was telling the truth, she and her whole peerage didn't stand a chance against him. Where are we going to go?" "Hey, Bucho." Issei glared hatefully at Naruto, his opinion doing a complete 360, now knowing that he was the one who rescued Rainier and prevented her from getting punished. "Are we really going to train with this guy? He's the one with Rainier, isn't he? Why are we going with him?" The others nodded in agreement, not liking the fact that Naruto was associated with the fallen faction. Rias sighed. Her normally idiotic pawn brought up various points that were all right. However, several reasons, Issei. "You remember the beatdown he gave us?" She bit her lip, forcing the admittance out of her mouth. "Naruto is most likely stronger than all of us. Refusing his help is foolish. And if Grafia trusts his judgment, I shall as well." A resounding silence was all that remained in the room. Even though Naruto had humiliated them and was associated with the fallen, even that wasn't enough to refuse his offer. Now that we're done with that, let's head to my headquarters. Naruto prepared a teleportation circle, surrounding all the devils before calling out to Graphia, "Tell Sirzechs I held my end of the deal." The maid nodded and the Rias in her peerage vanished, their exit less flashy than the one of Riser's. "Please, Naruto-sama, Riser doesn't deserve Rias-sama. DxD. Alright, I said this once, but I'm only training one person in your peerage. I specialize in all 5 elements but in tune with electricity the most." Naruto informed them, "So your best bet is to pair me up with a lightning user." Era tilde you want me that bad, Naruto-san. Akeno patted her cheek, her seductive eyes trying to lure the redhead into her web, though her expression was colder than before, now that she knew Naruto was affiliated with the Fallen Angels, a faction she despised with all her might. "I must say, you're very bold for a stranger." Naruto deadpanned. "That's enough of that. I'm already dealing with S-death." He mumbled the last part of the sentence before opening the doors to his mansion. Only Issei and Asia gasped, as the rest of the members were well acquainted with the Gremory estate, which was far more lavish than the one in front of them. That was not to say that the mansion Naruto lived in was uncomfortable. "Issei," Naruto spoke up, leading the peerage into his headquarters and inviting them to the dining hall. "Since you possess a Longinus, you're Rias's ace, and thus, need the most training. You're going to be the turning point in this battle. I've paired you up with Meliodas. He'll be training you since you're both alike." He gestured to them to sit at the table, all the devils cautiously taking the seat, still not fully trusting Naruto. Naruto clapped his hands, wanting to clarify any confusion before starting their regime. "Now, any questions?" Several hands were raised, people still perplexed with the entire situation. "Arg, I was hoping to start right away, but whatever." Naruto covered his eyes before pointing to his sister. "Shoot. Why are you helping us?" Rias asked immediately, knowing that her admittedly poor treatment of him didn't make her a likely candidate to be trained by Naruto, even if they were siblings. "If you insist on knowing, I've set up a business. You may or may not have heard of us, but we call ourselves Akatsuki. We take any sort of missions, though there is a certain line we draw. Your brother heard from another source that I was in charge and he asked me for his help." Naruto finished, looking at them with professionalism. "The deal was that I trained 2 of your members and I'll receive 2 favors and the right to ask his peerage for a fight from time to time." "So the Fallen." "That's right." Naruto nodded. "It was a mission from one of my more prominent employers, Azazel, the leader of the Fallen Angel faction. He had several suspicions of his men rebelling and wanted me to take back the 4 Fallen involved in the Sacred Gear ceremony for more information. Needless to say, his confirmations were confirmed. By the way, you should stay out of Kuo Town, for the time being, ya know." "I'm not leaving Kuo Town," Rias declared, flaunting her chest unknowingly, drawing several blood drops from Issei. "The city is under my jurisdiction and I refuse to relinquish my claim over it. Once I defeat Riser, I will be returning to my city and no one can stop me." Naruto shrugged, inwardly mocking his sister's foolishness. As if she would be able to stand up to Estarossa and Kokobile. "That's pretty arrogant if you ask me, but if you say so, it's your funeral. Akeno, go ahead." "Why only 2 of us?" "Because quite frankly, Sirzechs refused to grant me more than 2 favors. He said it'd be too suspicious if I had my way that many times." Akeno gritted her teeth at the cold-hearted decision Naruto made when arguing with Sirzechs. "Isn't Rias your sister? Why do you even need a price at all?" Naruto smiled thinly at the new questions rearing their heads. "Why don't you ask your Rias, huh? Based on how she treated me, I don't think we're siblings. Just in blood, and half at that. Any other questions?" "Aren't you family?" Akeno interrupted. "We all make mistakes. It's a part of a family's job to correct you, help you stand up, and move on." Naruto widened his eyes, his words to Rainier from earlier coming back to bite him in the ass. He shook off the amazement before hardening himself. "I have a new family. One that doesn't include her." Rias flinched at the accusation before looking away. "Any other questions? You're wasting your own time, ya know." Naruto folded his arms before smiling as the noise of bickering floated to their location. "They're here, huh?" He rubbed his forehead in annoyance as the mansion shook, a cracking noise filling the air as he knew with certainty that they were fighting once more. Who? No one you need to know. Naruto stood up from the chair. Now let's get training. Akeno, we'll be heading out to the forest and practicing your magic while. Who's going out with you? Naruto felt like Great Red was looking down on him himself with the way Esdeath was murderously standing there staring at the redhead. Everyone leaned back, as the temperature began to lower, their breath turning to steam beneath their very eyes. Naruto. I'll repeat myself. Who's going out with you? The gorgeous brunette placed one delicate hand over a shining rapier that was hanging from the side. Ah, Naruto rubbed the back of his head, knowing his next words would either doom him or save him. Well, ya know that thing with Sirzechs I told you guys about. This is just me fulfilling that, it's just, well, Akeno uses lightning magic so I'm best suited to her. Though he was a devil and inherently against the angel faction, Naruto couldn't help but send up a prayer to God, suffering a headache while he was at it. I see, Esdeath stared at him for a moment before averting her gaze. As long as you two aren't doing anything inappropriate, and as long as she knows her place. She stepped away from the group, not bothering to introduce herself, immediately deeming them as unimportant. Well, that was Esdeath and my queen. Naruto exhaled in relief, having dodged such a dangerous situation. Though he hated using my when referring to his friends, it was convenient using such terms when conversing with someone unfamiliar with his way of talking. She's pretty scary, but he looked at Issei weirdly, noticing the boy had begun crying. Issei, you're crying? Naruto scratched his head, not knowing what Issei was playing at. This guy too. Having such a beautiful girl as a part of your peerage, why, cruel world. Everyone deadpanned at the pawn, though no one did as hard as Naruto. Issei, I didn't use my evil pieces just so I could have a harem. Unlike you, I search for qualities other than boob size and a pretty face. Issei continued to sob. Yo. A diminutive blonde with emerald eyes peeked his head into the room, a silver-haired goddess at his side. As Issei drooled at her symmetrical assets and delicate face, Meliodas smirked at the fellow pervert. Ho, someone's got good taste, I see. Though your friends aren't too shabby either. The blonde stroked his chin, with an analytical look in his eyes and pointed to Rias and Akeno. Yes, 99, 58, 90. As for you, his eyes nearly popped out of his sockets as he looked over Akeno's supreme sizes. 102, 60, 89. Impressive indeed. Ow. To Rias and her peerage's shock, a pig slapped the perverted blonde over his head before opening his mouth and talking. Sheesh, you little pervert. Just go get run over by a pig and die, you bastard. I still don't understand why Elizabeth allowed herself to be tainted by you. Humph, the said pig looked at the peerage before puffing out a cloud of smoke from his nostrils. Ho ho, are you all here to see me, Hawk, the great captain leftovers? Witness my great strength. Mimicking a steam train, he exhaled an even larger white smoke. Ignore him. Meliodas chopped the pig's head, earning a cry of indignation. Issei, was it? Don't think I didn't see you eyeing Elizabeth earlier. Issei paled at being caught by what seemed to be the girl's lover. As long as you look but don't touch, I don't mind. Issei perked up. In fact, I'm proud of you already. It's pretty hard to find an avid admirer of the woman's body like me. It's one of the reasons why I chose you as my trainee when Naruto told me of your preferences. Meliodas reached over to Elizabeth, roughly holding onto her breasts, akin to that of a climber high up in the ranges, holding onto a handhold on a treacherous mountain. The gentle fallen hybrid cried in protest, her face flushing a sunburnt red, grasping weakly at his hands. Issei began crying in joy, his tears of happiness making Asia pout at the pawn's ridiculous behavior. Meliodas-sama. To find a fellow worshipper of Ophis, it's so overwhelming. I'm glad I found you. He finished his speech of gratitude just to see Kaneko slam her fist into his face and turn to do the same to Meliodas, only to see Hawk do the same to Meliodas. They nodded to each other, declaring an alliance through their eyes. Perv. DxD. He made no attempt to strike up a conversation with Akeno, knowing that the queen was furious at his reasoning and business-like way of addressing Rias. The forest floor was soft and pliant, both pairs of feet hardly making noise as they stepped on the mossy dirt, avoiding stray twigs easily, not wanting to disrupt the silence upheld by the two. Naruto stopped suddenly at a clearing, seeing there were fewer trees in the vicinity, and turned to Akeno, deeming the area fit for training. We'll begin here. I want you to fight me and not hold back in the slightest. No sooner than he said those words, Akeno summoned her priestess clothing, undressing and dressing in a flash, giving the Gremory a quick peek of her naked body. Naruto blushed in an instant but composed himself, not wanting to give Akeno the satisfaction of throwing his rhythm off. She's on a different level compared to the others. In my eyes, her lightning is weak, but that's understandable. To anyone else, she'd be considered strong. Naruto didn't enter a fighting stance, choosing instead to bend his knees slightly, lowering his center of gravity. Come. She summoned several volts of lightning, the yellow bolts streaking towards Naruto. It's pointless if I just tank these hits. I'll avoid them to mimic a realistic situation. Akeno released two bat-like wings, flying higher into the air, but not above the trees, as the leaves and branches would cover her sight of Naruto. The redhead deftly avoided the strikes, not bothering to enter God speed, as his base speed was enough to deal with the girl. She's more of a distance fighter. What a waste. Her Rook and Knight traits are completely wasted on her. I'll have to teach her how to use them. Naruto decided to use only his physical attacks, deciding that his elemental attacks might be too much for Akeno to handle as of now. The sadist sent more volts while also summoning fireballs, mixing the two elements to a more destructive attack. Still, to no avail, Naruto dodged the elements while also putting out stray flames with water. He's not focusing on me. Grinding her molars against each other, she decided to take it a step further, no longer settling for mere bolts. Concentrating her power, she summoned a large blast of lightning, sending down the electricity in a great boom, spraying chunks of dirt and wood everywhere. Thankfully, there weren't any significant structures, as the devastating attack left a decent crater in the ground. Is that it? Her blood chilled, hearing his voice coming from her behind. Akeno didn't have much to say, partly because Naruto's foot slammed into her back with a thunderous crack, her Rook durability the only thing preventing the snapping of bones. Let's kick it up a notch, Akeno. She gulped and immediately backtracked. This was not a good start. DxD. Similarly to Naruto, Meliodas led Issei into the forest in another direction. Only in this case, the two boys were hitting off, their sole connection of breast-loving allowing them to bond. Meliodas regaled the tales and sensations of sinking his fingers into Elizabeth's soft, supple flesh while Issei had blood running down his nose, admiring the fact that a fellow pervert found a woman to love him. Enough of that, Issei. Meliodas grabbed Issei's shoulder, turning the brown-haired boy to face him. I was given a job and I'll carry it out to the best of my abilities. We'll be starting physical exercise now, so drop and give me 500. Every second that passes without you doing push-up is another one you have to do. Meliodas tripped the boy, making him faceplant into the dirt. Hurry up and get those muscles working. Besides, this is all for Ophis too. Just imagine Rias's face when you come back with those new muscles of yours. She might be inclined to let you get a handful again, Issei. Asu. Issei propped himself up, furiously pumping his muscles with the sole motivation being Baku's breasts. Oh those breasts, I can feel them even now. His hands started to clamp around the floor, clumping the dirt into a more spherical shape. Meliodas widened his eyes, realizing that maybe, just maybe, the boy in front of him was more perverted than him. Bucho. I made a promise to myself and I'll keep it, don't you worry. Nishishi that's the spirit. Keep it up and Rias might even let you move, downwards. The blonde slyly suggested, inciting the Longinus wielder to move even faster. Deep inside of Issei's gauntlet, Didrag comically cried, tears streaming down his draconic eyes. Do you mean her virginity? Why yes, I do. Asu. Issei's arms were now fast enough to emit a gust of wind, blowing back any leaves and dirt. Issei. Yes. You're, poking. Don't look down there. Nishishi DxD. Akeno took in deep breaths, composing herself to the best of her abilities but failing. Her nostrils flared slightly in indignation, watching the devil in front of her pace around her, not winded in the slightest. Narrowing her eyes, the queen awaited her temporary mentor's advice and judgment. Your lightning attacks were tenacious, I suppose. Her spirits lightened at the compliment, even if it was from a teenager associated with the fallen. However, you shouldn't be over-reliant on your magic. The queen you face in the upcoming battle is Yubeluna, is it not? Akeno nodded. Naruto continued. Her specialty is fire magic, which is a given, being known as the Bomb Queen in the underworld. He pointed at his bewitching student. Are you going to duel it out using only magic? If that's the case, it'll all come down to stamina, something you can't afford to let happen. Fennec's tears may not restore magical reserves, but they are fully capable of healing mortal wounds. Akeno widened her eyes, admonishing herself for not having the foresight that the Fennec's king would be using Fennec's tears. You have the attributes of a rook and a knight, as a queen piece. Yet you take no advantage of that. Naruto shook his head, mentally scoffing at how underprepared Rias and her peerage were. Honestly, that girl, for having such a large responsibility, she's just content to drift along the road of life. Which isn't a bad thing, but now that the deadline closes in on you, do you really have an excuse? Naruto gestured to the girl to make herself comfortable, lighting a moderate fire a distance away, the overwhelming cloak of darkness coming upon the two. Now, I'm going to give Rias a suggestion, though it's up to her to decide whether to take this advice and use it or not. While it may seem unorthodox, she can choose to fight alongside you guys, thinning down the numbers of Riser's peerage. He waited to hear a roar of disapproval. Finding none, he moved on. As of now, you're all severely outnumbered, and while you guys, without Rias by her side, might be able to take out the opposing peerage, save for Riser, you'll all be wiped out. Akeno glared at Naruto for speaking so brusquely, but he shrugged it off with ease. If he wanted to say something, he would say it. No mincing words or anything like that. That'll leave Rias with Asia, assuming she keeps her bishop by her side. Do you really think Rias can defeat a fully matured Fennec's? Naruto kicked at the dirt in front of him. Akeno made no attempt to answer. Despite being the closest to Rias, the queen could not say with conviction that the heiress would emerge victoriously. Even assuming them defeating all of Riser's peerage was a stretch. She could only clench her fists and stare into the fire. If Rias chooses to take my route, she will have a chance to box in Riser with the rest of her peerage, or at the very least, fight him with Asia and you by her side. This is where you will come in, Akeno. However, before continuing and making foolish assumptions, I must ask you. Somehow, the seductive girl knew what would come out of his mouth before even the smallest clues were given up. Akeno shuddered at the rancid thought and prayed to all four mouths that Naruto wouldn't ask her what she was thinking he would ask. Are you part fallen angel? How? That was the first thought that crystallized in her mind. How was the devil sitting beside her able to tell what she was? How was he able to sense the filthy mud tainting her body? How? Because Elizabeth is one too. You give off the same energy she does. The abrupt statement clapped down on her like a deafening thunderbolt, sending metaphorical bolts of lightning crackling throughout her body, stimulating every nerve and prompting the girl to stiffen up straight. Wait, I was in the midst of a fallen angel this whole time. No, he said, too, so this Elizabeth, that silver-haired beauty, must be a hybrid. Without her knowing it, a mismatching, feathered wing sprouted from her back, joined by its contradictory, bat-like appendage of a devil. Back to what I was saying. Naruto cleared his throat, trying to get the attention of the suddenly despondent girl to his side. Are you still there? He waved one hand under her blank gaze, getting no reaction in response. Akeno, you need to hear. Why? Tears now streaked down her beautiful face, dampening the makeshift seat beneath her, which came in the form of a log. Why must I be related to him? Akeno smashed one fist into the bark, sending wood chips scattering in all directions. I can't. Naruto arched one eyebrow, rubbing his head. Listen, Akeno, I don't know what kind of problems you had in the past, but holy light is a weakness of the Phoenix clan and of the devil race in general. If you can infuse it into lightning. I can't, she screamed back, clutching to the uneven, feathered wing, attempting to tear out the feathers when Naruto placed one hand over hers, preventing her from harming herself. You don't understand. The feeling of having such filthy blood flowing in my veins. Akeno looked down at her hands. To be related to my mother's murderer, there is no worse feeling. Naruto remained silent before speaking up, hoping that her brief burst of intense emotions had died down enough for them to converse normally. Is that true? I don't want to talk about it, especially with one who abandons his sister when she needs him the most. She sneered, a rather ugly expression twisting her face. You're just like him. Abandoning family. Running away. You're no different from him. Akeno released several streams of lightning in her unbridled fury, electrocuting Naruto but doing no pain or visible damage. You're being a bit hypocritical, aren't you? Naruto laughed hollowly, shaking his head in disappointment. You're scolding me about running away. About abandoning Rias when she needs me the most. Wake up. The sudden outburst dumped a vat of cold water on the devil hybrid, Akeno jerking back in mild shock. You have no right to talk about abandonment when you can't even accept your birthright to help your precious Rias. Akeno wanted to curl up into a ball, knowing every word that sputtered from his mouth held a modicum of truth, no matter how bad she didn't want to accept it. The verbal engagement hurt her far more than their earlier spar, in which Naruto pummeled her with his relentless punches and kicks. And yet, she couldn't do it. For all intents and purposes, she couldn't do it. She, who called herself the closest friend of Rias and the one that understood her the most. She, who was supposed to be the queen piece and obliterate the enemy with her overwhelming power while taking care of Rias. She, who owed the largest debt to Rias for taking her in her worst time. She couldn't do it. And that hurt more than anything Naruto could ever say. DxD. It was creeping her out. A black-haired girl with blood eyes not unlike that of her hair stared right through Rias's soul. Those horrible, horrible eyes were just as bad as Naruto's, though there was a difference. While her brother's eyes threatened to engulf you with all its hellish wrath and batter you endlessly, this girl's eyes were sharper, stabbing her very existence into pieces until there was not even a shred left. What kind of monsters did Naruto recruit? Rias tapped a key on her computer, pausing the rating game Riser fought in the past, an attempt to determine what kind of strategy the arrogant Phoenix used. It turned out that she didn't need to search very hard. Riser's peerage was certainly well disciplined, but as a whole, they were lacking power, the exception being his queen, Ubeluna. The crimson-haired princess kneaded her forehead, exhaling in frustration, desperately hoping that Akeno and Issei were being trained well. As of now, she had no way of taking down the king himself. Sure, she and the others were fully capable of forcing the low-class devils to retire. The issue was Riser, as he used his regeneration to tire his enemy out before taking them out with ease. Stretching her arms to the ceiling, Rias quickly snuck a peek in the direction of the girl. To her disappointment and shock, she was still staring at her. Her eye twitched once, twice, before breathing out in determination. Normally, she had no problems with people looking at her with such fascination, as she had to brave ogles and lustful gazes at school constantly. But with her nerves on edge and the girl's unnerving, unrelenting stare, she couldn't concentrate at all. "Excuse me," Rias called out. "Is there something you would like to discuss with me?" She made sure to maintain a cordial tone, not wanting to anger the petite and seemingly harmless girl. "You've been looking at me for the past couple of minutes." Akame. The now identified girl popped up, her eyes somehow not watering from the unblinking stare she maintained. "That is my name." "I see," Rias trailed off with a biting undertone of nervousness. Something about that girl was just wrong. Now that she was focusing all her attention on Akame, Rias could sense dark energy within the girl. While devil energy was, with a lack of better terms, dark as well, Rias could tell that Akame's energy was much more malicious and murderous. Even for a high-class devil as herself, it was worrying. Akame, she tested the name out loud, still treading the situation with utmost caution. "Would you like to say something to me?" Rias repeated a previously asked question. Akame remained silent, opting to bore holes through Rias with her stare alone. Both girls sat in their respective positions, neither looking away nor making noise. Finally, as the king made the slightest motion to disturb the disquieting silence, Akame spoke up. You are Naruto's sister." "That I am." Rias tapped a well-manicured nail on the table, steadily growing impatient with the obvious statements. "Anything else you'd like to say?" she sarcastically retorted, her impatience outgrowing her caution. "I've heard plenty about you." Akame shook her head in clear disgust before standing up suddenly, her hands clenched tightly at her side. I don't understand. You treated Naruto like he was nothing and here he is, helping you train. Do you have anything to say? Can't you even acknowledge the mistakes you've committed? What's wrong with you? Akame, the normally subdued girl, was now shouting outright at the pompous heiress in front of her. Rias hissed out in protest. Helping me train. He's just doing it because Sirzechs paid him to. If he got nothing in return, Naruto wouldn't be doing anything. She stood up as well, begrudgingly challenging Akame's stance. Though she recognized that she was a guest in the house, Rias still had some semblance of pride, and bowing over to a mere low-class devil was unacceptable, even for a caring, empathetic person like her. And what is there to say? I've made mistakes, sure. But what was I supposed to do? She said bitterly. I was a child back then. My mother made it clear that I wasn't to interact with. So you refused to apologize. Akame's body tensed up slightly, as, due to her immense loyalty for Naruto, she subconsciously readied herself to teach the centered Gremory a lesson. Whether you were a child or not, whether your mother influenced your actions, it matters not. You made a mistake and you were required to try your best to fix the said mistake. The hilt of her katana was gripped with a pale hand, Akame's blood-red eyes flashing with a warning. Making a mistake is one thing. Failing to fix a mistake is a mistake on its own. Are you going to try and make amends? Rias sighed, all the tension dispersing from the area as the high-class devil plopped back onto her swivel chair, the prospect of fighting Riser in a bit over a week getting to her. I want to, but Akame repeated the action, letting go of the sword and clasping her hands together in her lap as she too sat on a chair. He won't ever accept it. After what I did, can you really blame him? She smiled, though such contortions of her facial muscles lacked the usual warmth. It's not about whether he forgives you or not. Akame closed her eyes, her body perfectly balanced and still. It's about whether you tried or not. Even if he refuses to acknowledge your words, you will have relieved a burden on your shoulders. Trust me. After several agonizing, nerve-wracking hours of being subjected to an inhuman stare, Rias sagged her shoulders in relief, seeing that Akame made her way out of the dining hall. Don't worry about the outcome. Don't worry about the possibility of failure. Worry about the chance you'll miss when you don't even try. With that, Akame silently made her way to her room, intending on preparing for the group trip ahead of her. DxD. The stars were beautiful. Because they were so far from civilization, the starry night was, for the most part, clear and devoid of air pollutants. The astronomical, twinkling bundles of gas shined brightly, standing out from the deep purple, blackish sky. The moon too, was unusually luminous tonight, bathing the forest in all its mysterious glory. The flame died, what it seemed to Akeno, ages ago. What was left of the burning twigs and tinder was the gray ash, the heat thoroughly extinguished with a sphere of water. Even with the animals unexpectedly being silent, Akeno could not sleep. Her muscles ached and her bones cried with protest, but her eyes refused to close. To her right, Naruto laid unmoving, his muscles slackened long ago as he peacefully slumbered without a worry in sight. Twisting to the side multiple times before sighing and settling back to her original position, Akeno sighed quietly. The predicament of fighting Riser was looming over her. Out of all the servants Rias gathered, Akeno was the one who was most intimate with her king's distaste for the Phoenix. And yet, even with all that knowledge, she refused to fight to her full power. Akeno sighed once more and stiffened as she heard a familiar voice. Can't sleep. Naruto called out, his body twisting so his face turned towards the devil hybrid. Your face is a lot uglier with that kind of look on it. The redhead brashly said, his face not changing in the slightest as he stated that sentence. Excuse me. Akeno's right eye twitched in unbridled fury. Such things regarding how a woman looks should not be said with ease. Her pains forgotten, she jumped up, throwing the blankets to the side and conjuring numerous circles, all filled to the brim with the promise of electrical promise, for anyone else. Cringing slightly at the unintended meaning, Naruto smiled with no shame, outwardly showing no change of emotion while tanking the hits like they were bug bites. You look a lot better now, ya know. Your face shouldn't show such anger and shame, your face is prettier when you're relaxed. He put his hands on the back of his head, observing the night sky and ignoring the fuming girl next to him. So what's the problem? Akeno's face immediately darkened, her arms dropping to the side and her legs unable to support her body. In an unladylike fashion, she crumpled to the ground, her legs sprawled out. You were right from earlier, she confessed, her shoulders slumping in defeat. This whole time, I was taking out my frustrations on you. Sure, I was angry that you were so emotionless to your sister, but what I said back there, forgive me for such an outburst. You're pretty formal, ya know, Naruto commented, taking in what she told him. But if it makes you better, I forgive you and accept your apology. After a brief moment of silence, he continued the conversation. So you're not gonna even consider using light energy. You're a pretty big part of Rias's team, being the queen and all. Akeno shook her head with difficulty, evidently stuck between two unfavorable situations. Even after everything she did for me, I can't do it. It reminds me so much of him. Her feathered wings sprouted into view once more, Akeno gripping onto each feather with ferocity before heaving her muscles to pull them out in painful chunks. Is it bad that I refuse this power? I joined Rias to escape my heritage, because even if it meant becoming a devil and giving up my humanity, I would do it, just to avoid being a fallen hybrid. A lot of good that did me. Now when I need power the most, my filthy blood is tempting me. Tempting me with that power I need to help Rias. Naruto winced at the sound of each rip, the decibels of each tear increasing as Akeno, drowning in shame, continued to look down on herself with utmost disgust. It wasn't long before he grabbed her arm, unable to bear the sound of self-inflicted pain. Stop it, Akeno. His whisper went unheard. And even when Rias needs it, I refuse. Akeno trembled slightly, a dribble of blood running down her wing. I refuse the temptation to be just like the rest of them. To be just like him. Her cries of anger echoed through the forest, disturbing the very nature they occupied. I'm garbage, either way, I'm garbage. If I use that accursed power, I'll have a better chance of freeing Rias. But I'll be cast out of my family. And if I don't, Rias will have no way of winning. She laughed humorlessly, Naruto wincing once more at the unfitting sound. But I choose this path because it's easier for me. And for that, I'm garbage. But at least I'm content with who I am. Content garbage. The wings symbolizing her fallen blood shifted into her back, the dark wing disappearing in the dark. Naruto released her wrist but made no effort to move, instead of staying in the close position. I don't see you like that. Akeno's head flicked up quickly. And neither will your peerage. But if that's what makes you comfortable, I'll train you without the use of light magic. I'm sure Rias won't mind. He laid one hand on her shoulder before hesitating and moving in to wrap her with his arms. Silence. That was all that remained. Rainier slammed her fist against the wall, cracks zigzagging across the cement, creating spider-web-like fissures. Unable to muster attacks of sufficient firepower, she could only watch as her fellow servants clashed against the various, animated constructs. Mocha cocked her fist back and shattered the stone golem into various pieces, sending the fragments scattering along the immaculate, marble floor. Not bad, to take 16 of my hits before giving out. However, she slashed her hand diagonally, gathering a sphere of mist into the mage's face, effectively blinding him for the time being. You probably can't even take one of my hits, can you? The question hung in the air with the male magician quivering in fear and dropping to his knees, pitifully begging for mercy while doing his best to not empty his bladder. A torrent of flames washed over the remaining golems, the white-hot fire inferno consuming everything in its path. Weak, Mark closed his eyes before turning to the de facto leader of their group. Are you finished? Instead of hearing a response, he was greeted with the clanging of swords and the sight of Urza locked in a stalemate with the enemy leader. He blinked, surprised that there was someone who could match the fiery girl, before analyzing her late reactions, lax grip, and lack of strength. She's holding back, but why? Is she testing the other swordsman? Is anyone hurt? Elizabeth called out, putting her hands together, not unlike that of a priest praying to God. She sprouted her wings and glided down to the floor, deftly avoiding the conflict between Urza and the opposing swordsman. Le Fay. The blonde swordsman sheathed his sword and pushed up his glasses, dusting off stray debris on his business suit. It's time to head back. The similarly blonde-haired girl squeaked in reply, hurrying over to his side and glaring at anyone who dared to pose the slightest threat to them. You, Urza, was it? You were holding back, weren't you? Because you were doing the same. She answered simply, her armor disappearing in favor of more comfortable clothing. I will not tolerate such blatant disrespect. If you wish to test my full might, then respond rightfully. Urza narrowed her eyes before huffing in slight anger. I shall let you go for now. Until next time, Arthur Pendragon. With a sweep of Caliburn, Arthur and his sister made a quick escape, Urza not letting the two out of her sight the whole time. Taking in a deep breath, she reassessed the situation, taking in her comrades' status. No one seems to be severely hurt, so we will continue. Urza turned to the frightened mage, who was trying his hardest to escape their line of attention. You, of the Chaos Brigade. Am I right to assume that you were looking for the Holy Sword as well? He nodded at mock speeds, fear fueling his quickness of responding. The red-haired knight walked towards him and promptly headbutted him in his head, knocking him out cold. I sense the energy in the rooms up ahead. Be on guard, for we may not know what lies ahead. They all nodded quickly, having been in similar situations in the past. Rainier, at the back of their group, screamed silently at the unfairness of it all but made no outward motion to interrupt their smooth cohesiveness. Good, Urza took a deep breath before kicking down the double doors, announcing her entrance to anyone who resided up ahead. Our mission continues. DxD. She was very good at masking her emotions, Naruto noted. The duo trudged through the forest, the dark clouds hanging over their heads and blocking off lunar lances from above. In comparison to their entrance, their exit was filled with a cacophony of noises, birds chirping, crickets creaking, and the branches swaying from side to side, its leaves fluttering against each other, emitting the barest of ruffles. Naruto had taught Akeno to the best of his abilities, coaching her along during their short training session. It would have gone swimmingly if the sadomasochist relented and trained her fallen blood, but she refused and he abided. Naruto, she spoke up. Thank you for training me on my terms. Akeno bowed her head shamefully, the bottom of her lip trembling ever so slightly. You were right, it would be so much easier if I could just. Her emotions slammed into each other, ricocheting off the walls of her mind and throwing her thoughts into disarray. It took a brief moment for her to recollect herself and fix the smiling mask she constantly donned. Thank you, she finished lamely, looking straight ahead and refusing to grant her tears passage down her face. He remained silent, not wanting to upset the delicate balance of her mind, focusing on setting precautions for the inevitable battle against Estarossa, Kokobile, and a potential army of fallen. Speaking of which, he had once more forgotten to inform Tawa of Kokobile's presence. He would have to do that tonight. With their long strides, it wasn't long before they finally arrived at the mansion to meet up with the others, relax, and have a good night's rest before the fateful day. Naruto lectured Akeno on the importance of letting her muscles take a break, nearly talking her ear off with his uninterrupted tirade. A familiar voice called out from the side of the red-haired king. Naruto. The king glanced back before waving his hand. Meliodas, how was training Issei? It was great. The youthful blonde winked, his eyes gleaming with the usual mischief and pervertedness. We even came up with a couple of enlightening moves, to say the least, isn't that right, Issei? The brown-haired boy nodded eagerly, his mind drifting to the possibilities of his mysterious technique in the raiding game, seeing that Riser's peerage was full of girls. Very enlightening, his sacred gear responded to his lechery, the gauntlet materializing in his hand. Right, Naruto deadpanned. He stopped momentarily, slapping Issei's biceps and chest. Well, at least you had some common sense to train his muscles. He seems a bit stronger now, though his pitiful magic reserves are, well, pitiful. They haven't changed at all. Naruto huffed air from his nostrils, pitying Didraig for having such a pitiful owner while simultaneously snickering at the dragon's predicament. Most likely, the Welsh dragon witnessed how fast Issei's hands could move up and down his shaft. Naruto inwardly shuddered at the horrible thought his mind dared to conjure and quickened his pace out of stress. The redhead pushed open the door, leading the three to the dining hall where the rest of the peerage resided, waiting for them to gather to discuss their tactics. Out of all the members, Rias looked the most nervous, which was a given, seeing that the girl had the most on the line. Kiba was as composed as ever and Kaneko was busy munching on some sweets. Asia was sweating feverishly, though her demeanor lightened upon seeing the pawn. Issei. Asia. And Bucho. Suddenly, a slight ebb of power trickled from Issei, his tongue now hanging out and blood streaming from both nostrils. Most likely, this was the technique Meliodas was referring to, Meliodas-sama. I can see it. The mentioned blonde nodded sagely, putting one hand on his shoulder proudly. The fruits of his training, Issei is now able to use the little magic he has and use it as X-ray vision. Meliodas announced triumphantly. We are now harnessing his never-ending source of lust to our advantage. Of course, this isn't all he can do. With the slightest touch, he can rip all of your clothes off in an instant. I'm so proud of you, my protégé. Tears of joy snaked down the devil's cheeks. Such words grace my presence. It is my honor. Kaneko heard enough, realizing that the days that were supposed to be for training were squandered on encouraging his habits. A fist to his nose only added to his continuous river of blood. Big pervert. Please tell me you taught him other things, Meliodas. Naruto's eye twitched. Normally, Issei's pervertedness was amusing, but Naruto took his business seriously. If he was asked and paid to do something, he would complete it to the best of his abilities, trusting his friends to do the same. After all, that was why Akatsuki had grown such quickly in a short time. I know you trained his physical capabilities, but anything else would be welcoming news, seeing that Rias is about to pass out. Indeed, his words hit the bullseye, the Mao's sister paling to unimaginable colors and tears beginning to well up in her eyes. Meliodas noticed it too and acted quickly. I taught him other things, though we used his lust as motivation. He's also developed a new attack. Dragon shot, I think. Not to mention his training in the basics of martial arts. He should be able to fight with some style now, not just duking it out like a street brawler. Rias calmed down, her blanching stopping upon hearing his words, though her worry of having to fight Riser was still there. Well, Naruto put both hands behind his head. Now that your training is all over, relax for now. It's important to get rid of your stress. You want to have confidence in every action, you know. So for now, just relax. Take a bath, sleep, do whatever you need to do. Just remember to go out there with faith in yourselves and your teammates. He patted Akeno's shoulder before moving towards the stairs. You'll do. Wait, Rias blurted out, her hand frantically waving at her brother. Within her short moment of hesitation, she looked back to Akame and the dark-haired girl gave a nigh imperceptible nod. Nodding back, Rias then took a deep breath, doing her best to ignore Naruto's cerulean eyes. I need to tell you something, so do you have anywhere we can talk? In private. The start was certainly shaky, but Rias did her best to recover her composure, finishing her plea smoothly. Naruto stared at her, narrowing his blue orbs and seemingly peering into her soul. His piercing gaze seemed to last for an eternity when his gaze finally softened and he silently beckoned her to follow him. My room should be fine. The devil skipped up the stairs with elegant grace, each footstep making minimal noise. Compared to him, the normally dignified heiress stumbled over the steps with a clumsiness that only a toddler could match. Now facing the hallway, the two entered a bedroom, Naruto quietly opening the door to his Spartan quarters. In it, there were orderly stacked books on the desk along with several parchments of notes of some sort. The only decoration he had was a picture of him in his peerage. Rias smiled with melancholy, observing how happy her brother was in the photo, his smile seemingly brightening up the room. That same smile quickly faded, remembering what she came to do. You wanted to say something. Naruto prodded with a thin smile plastered on his handsome face. He offered her a chair, which was quickly denied. Rias opted to put her hands behind her back and fix her gaze on the wooden floor. Rias, remember it's your time you're wasting. He gently reminded her. Rias shifted her weight from one leg to the other. I wanted to apologize. Whether you forgive me or not, it doesn't matter because I need to say this. Before you arrived at the Gremory estate, no, my mother told me to avoid you and I didn't want to suffer wrath, so I did as she asked. Even so, it's no excuse for me acting arrogant and spoiled, she laughed hollowly. I was blind to it all when I was younger. It's only thanks to a friend of yours that pointed all this out recently. Withholding a flinch from the severity of her brother's look, she steeled herself to finish strong. I'm sorry, Naruto, for not being the older sister I was supposed to be. With her apologetic monologue over, she inched towards the door while awaiting his final verdict. "It's awfully convenient, isn't it?" Naruto chuckled with not much humor behind it. "You apologize now when you're in desperate need of help. We'll talk more in the near future, sister of mine. Just win your battle for now. If you don't, well, you don't need me to spell it out, right?" Rias nodded with a resigned expression, closing the door behind her as she regrouped with her peerage. "Interesting," Naruto mused, holding his beloved picture frame and lightly blowing off the accumulating dust on it. "It always comes back to you, doesn't it, Venelana? What to do?" He rolled his neck around and carefully placed the frame back where it belonged. "Honestly, if you weren't a mother of two, I'd have killed you long ago." Naruto sighed as he fell backward on his bed. "Not to mention Sirzechs would overpower me with ease. Honestly, you're too much trouble for me to deal with." DxD. Refreshed from crisp sheets, a mouth-watering breakfast, and a dreamless night, Rias and her peerage had a healthy tinge on their cheeks and a sharp look on their eyes. For the most part, they looked ready to take on Riser and his harem. Again, they had gathered in the dining hall, finding it convenient to finish any leftovers while listening to their plans. Of course, Hawk was there to clean up any crumbs and stray morsels laying around on the floor. The cooking is so delicious. Not as good as Elizabeth's, but it's still. The pink pig was subjected to a stare that promised death, one that belonged to none other than Akame. The red-eyed killer bopped the pig one more time for good measure, eliciting a squeak that resembled more of a mouse than a hawk. "That Hjort, how come Elizabeth isn't here?" Hawk galloped out of the room, leaving a treacherous river of tears. "I'm telling my moon." Akame merely stared at him threateningly while the other's sweat dropped at the sight. Ahem. Naruto cleared his throat, hiding his smile with much effort. Hawk's antics were always welcome, but as of now, they were a distraction and a means of wasting their time. It did not mean, however, that the pig wasn't funny. Quite the opposite in fact, if Tao's snuffed out snickers were any indication. "Now let's get down to business." Naruto put his hands behind his back. "Your peerage is outnumbered since Riser has a full set. However, quantity isn't the biggest concern here. With traps and strategic maneuvering, you should be able to whittle his numbers down with ease. No, it's Riser's immortality that's worrying. You have two choices to make Riser submit: either use overwhelming power to obliterate him at once or force him to deplete his stamina. Your best chance is the latter, so try preserving your power, everyone." Before teleporting them to the occult research building, Naruto gave one last piece of advice. "In Rias, the best king fights alongside his comrades. I'd suggest you partake in defeating the pieces of Riser before moving on to the king himself. If you have more members remaining, it'll be favorable for you. Even if you have less power, it'll be easier to maneuver Riser into a favorable position with more members remaining." Rias bit her lip, not used to the notion of her fighting with her servants. Sure, she cherished them like family, but no once did the idea of fighting from the start occur to her. Her initial plan was to preserve her strength for the upcoming finale against Riser while her servants fought against Riser's peerage. Rias juggled the idea back and forth, unsure of what to do but keeping the suggestion in the back of her mind. "Let's go," Rias informed them, but was interrupted by Issei's temporary mentor. "Wait." Everyone turned to the blonde, his corrupted ideas of perversion equaling that of Issei's. His tone was serious, and jovial aura no longer existent. "This goes for all of you, but especially for Issei. Remember this, even if it looks like you might have the strength, if you're lacking right here, you'll lose." He pointed to his chest and Issei scratched his head. "Meliodas-sama, are you referring to Ophis?" Naruto, now back with them, facepalmed, while Meliodas settled for shaking of his head, not considering the sexualized organ of the womanly body for once, an oddity for certain. "No, Issei. I mean your heart, your will to win. Your spirit. That's what counts the most when in a fight." Issei pondered on the idea, his beliefs coming into question. But before any of them had time to dwell upon his words, Naruto waved his hand, summoning a teleportation circle to send the devils to the occult research building, where they would be teleported to a dimension to fight for Rias's freedom. "Good luck. And Akeno, I hope one day, you can come to terms with what you truly are." Naruto closed his eyes and inclined his head towards her in apology. But for now, I suppose you'll have to make do. I'll see you soon. She looked away and with that, Rias and her peerage disappeared. Do you think they'll win? Meliodas asked his king, not looking away from the place where the magical circle previously was. His golden bangs shadowed his eyes, showing how serious he was for once. Anything can happen. Naruto paused. But it's very unlikely. What will you do if she loses? What I have to do? DxD. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Graphia of the Gremory family. I have been tasked with the duty of refereeing this match. My master, Sirzechs Lucifer, will be observing this match. Today's field is a replica of Kuo Academy. Both parties have been transferred to their respective strongholds. Rias Sama's team is in the Occult Research Club. Riser's team is in the Student Council room. To promote pawns, please proceed to the opponent's stronghold perimeter. The time has come. Without further ado, let the games continue until daybreak. Graphia's cool voice resounded throughout the landscape, alerting both teams to her announcement. Let's see. First, we must destroy Riser's pawns. Rias stroked her chin, now in business mode. It would be troublesome if they all got promoted to queen, so we'll have to take them out first. We have the advantage here since we're familiar with the layout. Kiba, being the devoted knight he was, already rolled out a bird's-eye view of the school, Issei fuming at the boy, kissing up to Bucho. The gymnasium, we should take control of that place before anything, to prevent the threat of a flank attack. Kiba nodded in agreement. We can also secure a route to the enemy base, Bucho. The gymnasium is our best bet. With your approval, Kaneko and I will set up traps around the forest. Is that okay, Bucho? Excellent work, Kiba. Rias complimented, impressed with her knight's strategic thinking. You have my approval. Go ahead and give them hell. The two exited the base, Kiba holding a bag while Kaneko held a box full of what looked like grenades. Giving a farewell to their comrades, they walked off to the forest, determined to win for their king's sake. Akeno. Set up a mist barrier around the perimeter of the forest as well as the sky above. I don't want intruders coming in from the air, and extra protection never hurts. Understood. Issei, she turned to her only pawn, beckoning him to come towards her. With a tap of her finger, Issei felt power rushing through his body, invigorating him. I've unsealed the power of the pawn pieces. It seems training with Meliodas paid off. Anyways, once promoted as queen, you'll be the pivotal turn for our turn. I'll be accompanying you to the gymnasium, so don't worry, Issei. DxD. A heavenly light shone on Urza, bathing her with beautiful memories of the past, all deeply cherished by the knight. Her stony, business-like face cracked, the beginnings of a smile rooting itself on her lips. You, from inside of the temporary, sourceless spotlight, a voice spoke out, filling her with hope, confidence, and most of all, happiness. What is your wish? Take heed of our warning from before. Those who walk a path of lies and shadows will not be welcome. For a second, the voice dropped a pitch, dread seeping into her soul before being purified with the voice's restoration to normality. What is your wish? Urza didn't hesitate. All I ask for is the strength to protect my comrades, my friends, that is all I will ever need. She bowed her head, thinking back to her king. You, the blade was within her grasps. Are worthy. A majestic, bronze sword fully glimmered into existence, no longer walking the line between reality and imagination. The voice faded into nothingness, but the light remained. She reached out with one armored hand, grasping onto the handle, and jerked back in shock, feeling some semblance of sentience in the sword. Are you fine? Mark questioned, gazing at her with his warm, yellow eyes. Urza merely nodded in return, breathing heavily while taking out a scroll to seal the sword in. We have accomplished our mission. After a brief rest, we shall head back to our headquarters. Our meeting with the Chaos Brigade is important news indeed. Her boots of steel clanked loudly against the floor as she led the rest of the peerage back out. Urza, become the perfect knight for whomever you protect. DxD. Not bad. Naruto commented, spectating Rias's ongoing performance from a TV. Rias took my advice. Those 3 pawns and rook were no match for her destruction powers. Bold move, Rias. That move saved her rook. Riser's queen entered the battle. Meliodas nodded. Her very presence dissuaded the queen from attacking, her anxiety affecting her performance. Rias and Akeno combined should be able to take her down easily. What about the rest? Naruto yawned, finding the action displayed boring. Huh, Kiba must have handled another 3 pawns. Impressive. And now what? Him, Issei, and Kaneko are meeting up. Interesting, Rias might have a chance after all if she manages to take down Yubeluna with minimal damage and drain of her reserves. Kiba, Naruto's sweat dropped. He's actually responding to the challenge of the enemy knight, he's taking the role of a knight too seriously. Nishishi tilde I have faith in Issei to take out the rook and the bishop. DxD. Your sister is rather skilled for her age. A green-haired devil commented, his mysterious aura, well, mystifying those around him. Her abilities are as destructive as ever. And her decision of fighting alongside her queen against the opposing queen, a bold play, if I do say so myself. Ijuka sighed, wondering if the choice was well meant or not. Usually, the king is supposed to participate in the climax, the final battle of the raiding game. For her to do this from the start, well, it's not like she doesn't have a choice. Riser has the numbers advantage after all. Mo tilde you're as serious ever, Juka-tan. A childlike devil responded in her childish tone of hers, her breasts terribly disproportionate on her teen body. I think Ria-tan is doing fine. As expected of my sister. Sirzechs comically cried, while his tears streamed down his face, creating a mini lake on the floor. Sniff, she's growing up so fast. Sniff. Graphia pulled on his cheek, not tolerating such behavior from Lucifer from himself, compelling him to act as the strongest devil of their faction. Please, Sirzechs-sama, behave yourself. A white, Quan Uwet GWO of my queek now. DxD. Rias. Right. The two girls released their respective powers, the bright lightning clashing with the dark, red of Rias's trademark bloodline, overwhelming Yubeluna's fire with ease. Arg. The queen miraculously survived the destruction powers, now laying on the ground after being blasted from the air. Her clothes were all blackened and Rias and Akeno floated down on their wings, looking down at the fallen queen with triumph. Akeno licked her lips, a blush on cheeks as she relished in the screams of agony the queen put up during the fight. Era tilde that was delicious, so entertain me further. Rias was having none of her queen's fetish, blasting the bomb queen with a wave of destruction, a yellow light signaling the retirement of the queen. Maybe we have a chance after all, Rias noted, after realizing that Riser was still at his stronghold, not moving a muscle out of his arrogance. Let's regroup with the rest of the peerage, Akeno. Once we regroup all together, we'll box Riser in. Yes. DxD. Dress break. Naruto facepalmed, a mammoth bead of sweat splashing on the floor, exasperated with Meliodas' inspiration. Let's just move on. He got the job done, beating that rook with that dragon shot you mentioned, so I suppose that makes up for that move. Nishishi tilde, Meliodas put one finger up, visibly pleased with the fruits of his training. It serves as a distraction and doubles as a pleasing sight. Right, Kiba performed satisfactorily, his sword birth saving him from certain defeat. Though they're now faced with 2 pawns, a bishop, and a knight. Not to mention Ravel is still in the game, she's already a high-class devil and even with no training, she'll be a force to reckon with, at least to them. The bishop piece she took in isn't exactly reassuring. Naruto cracked his neck, leaning his face against his propped-up arm. And Riser is still fresh. Akeno and Rias wasted a significant portion of their powers on Yubeluna, seeing that she used the Phoenix tears to temporarily put herself back in the game. Rias is in a delicate position right now. She can choose to ignore Ravel and go for Riser, but they'll have to make it quick since his peerage won't be lazing around. Captain. Yo boss. Naruto already felt a headache forming. You two, don't even come close to the TV, you hear me? He threatened. I wanna see the rest of the raiding game, so keep your rivalry to yourself. Alright, so grumpy, boss. He can't help it, since he has to deal with your dumbass all the time. You, shut up you. I'll beat your ass, right here right now. No. Naruto slammed both of them into the floor, taking part in their quarrel. Not right here and not right now. Go to the basement if you have to fight, you idiots. The redhead growled, desperately wishing Urza or Mocha would pop out to save him, but alas, they were searching down a lead on a holy sword as of now. Rainier was forced to come along with them, seeing her presence would only amount to more tension between the two peerages. Mocha had requested a free day, wanting to escape the hectic atmosphere. Esdeath and Akame were the only other members remaining in the mansion since Mark had trailed the two, eager to avoid the predictable noise and fighting. Smart man. DxD. Damn it. Glances were thrown at the Mao, the red-haired Lucifer showing favoritism, even though the laws explicitly said not to. It was anticipated, as Sirzechs was widely known as a siskin to his close circle of friends and relatives. It was embarrassing for the Gremory heiress, but she often got what she wanted as a result of it. I mean, what an excellent performance from Riser's bishop, Revel Phoenix. Her incredible manipulation of flames taking out Rias's rook, Kaneko. He fake laughed, nervously darting his eyes from devil to devil. Right, Ijuka rolled his eyes, not understanding why his best friend had to put up such an act. As long as he didn't act upon his affection, Sirzechs wasn't technically breaking the rules. Well, Rias is in a bit of a predicament now. Riser still has a few pieces left and has not yet joined the battle. Rias's knight and pawn have succeeded in taking down the remaining pawns but are steadily being overwhelmed with the opposing forces. The two bishops and the knight, oh. Rias has arrived. Go Ria-tan. The bubbly Leviathan threw popcorn to the electronic screen, waking the sleeping Falbium for a second before he closed his eyelids, dropping back into the land of dreams with little difficulty. Kick the chicken's butt. Ijuka winced at the unrefined words, feeling Graphia drill a hole into Seraphal with looks alone, the strongest queen disapproving of such behavior. Rias's queen and Rias make a good team, although they both heavily rely on spells. Feeling Graphia's anger die down, he continued, focused on melting the ice-cold glare back to its liquid state with his analysis. Normally, the best duos are formed with a close-range fighter and a long-distance fighter, the melee attacker occupying the enemy while the mage throws spell after spell. However, this is a remarkable display of cooperation, the two devils coordinating each attack, leaving Revel no chances to respond. At the same time, the duo is steadily losing energy, Revel's regeneration kicking in and saving her from retirement. At this rate, Rias will have to rely on her pawn and knight to buy her time to recover, seeing that her bishop is primarily a healer, not participating in a fight this entire time. Sirzechs anxiously stared into the screen, willing for some miraculous entity to grant his sister strength. You can do this, I believe in you. DxD. And there goes the knight. Naruto shook his head, disappointed at Kiba losing to Riser's burst of flames, his knight qualities being his downfall. Though Revel retired, she couldn't take any more hits, even though she had excess stamina. She's a high-class devil, pampered by the comforts of a lavish lifestyle. Leon scoffed, propping his feet on the table in front of him. She probably hasn't trained even for a second, talking about how it's all so unladylike and unbefitting of someone her status. Pathetic. Like you. Naruto didn't have to flare his power as a warning, feeling Esdeath's power rush over their skin, even from the basement. The slight drop of temperature was an impressive feat, seeing that there were numerous seals and barrier spells around their training ground. To do something on this level, I'm glad you're my friend and not my enemy, Esdeath. The others had felt it too, Leon ignoring the jab and glancing at the basement door. Meliodas whistled and Tawa jumped to his feet. I'll challenge her to a spar. This kind of power, he proclaimed before rushing off, Leon complaining how he was his rival, not Esdeath's. Naruto stifled a laugh, focusing back to the screen, seeing Riser finally confront his fiancée while Issei took on the weakened bishop and knight, wiping them both with two of his dragon shot. He's nearly out of energy, Naruto sighed, noticing the heavy breathing and Issei's unseemly collapse on the ground, unable to get up and fight for his queen. His transfer of power was certainly impressive. From the fight before, taking out those pawns and injuring Revel, you ran him into the ground with your training, Meliodas. Meliodas didn't respond, silently willing his trainee to get up and walk to the promotion area. If he can be promoted to queen, he'll be able to increase his powers for the time being and contribute to the upcoming battle. Naruto sighed, shaking his head. The battle is over. It was over when Rias let Yubeluna heal herself with the Phoenix tears. That drained her reserves, having to chase her down and retire her for good. Now that she's here with her queen, Rias doesn't have much energy. That Revel put up a fight, even when she declared it was below someone of her status. Rias only dug a deeper grave by picking a fight with another high-class devil. She should have avoided her completely and left Issei and Kiba behind, confronting Riser herself while she still had substantial reserves. Now, Naruto massaged his forehead. Riser is completely brimming with demonic energy. Not participating in the battle sacrificed his entire peerage, but Rias, Akeno, and Issei are completely wiped out. It's over. Asia. Meliodas suggested weakly, knowing the timid girl was anything but a fighter. She certainly has a talent for magic, but her area is fully locked around healing. Naruto stood up, intending on walking out of the house to brush up on his skills. Confirm the results for me, will ya? You never know what can happen in raiding games, never mind. Riser had grown impatient with Rias's multiple rejections coming in the form of bolts of destruction, his immortality taking care of the damage with ease. With a wave of a hand, he swallowed the king, queen, bishop, and pawn in one large attack, the flames hungrily licking at their vulnerable bodies. Checkmate. No. Sirzechs stood up, refusing to believe the outcome of the battle. I mean, congratulations to Riser on winning his raiding game. He quickly added, not wanting to be called out on his sister complex. No, I refuse to believe this happened. Even if I have to give up the position of Lucifer, I will save my sister. But first, there's someone I have to visit. I have to consider all possibilities before resorting to deserting my post as a Mao. Ajuka tapped his fingers, ignoring the pouting Seraphol and snoring Falbium. That was impressive of Rias, I must say again. Even with the vast gap of experience between the two, she managed to eliminate Riser's peerage, bar the king himself. That alone is admirable. A shame it had to end this way. He stood up, finished giving support to his close friend and his sister. I'll be taking my leave now, Sirzechs. Please, extend my congratulations to Rias. The match she put up exceeded many expectations. That I can't emphasize more. In a green circle, the Beelzebub position holder disappeared, eager to resume or start another one of his projects. Motilda, Seraphol waved her sparkling wand, threatening to wipe out half the underworld with the careless flick of glitter. Ria Tan did her best, even though I don't like her marrying Riser, I'll be going now to make love to my Sotan. By Xerxes Chan Tilda, in a flashy explosion that only existed in the world of child cartoons, Seraphol left, the two Satans in the room, one brooding and the other still sleeping. What will you do now, Sirzechs-sama? Anything. Sirzechs rose, his eyes resolute with flaming certainty that Graphius saw only in the Devil's Civil War, back when they were opposing members of the clashing factions, not wife and husband, king and queen. Rias, she means too much for me, and her getting married to Riser, it was never something I wanted. I see. The Gremory crest swallowed the two in its grasp, warping them through space and time. A shine of line gleamed once and died as quickly as it started. Snore. DxD. Naruto, dressed in a sleeveless dark gray, sleeveless shirt, and equally dark pants, awaited for the Mao to grace him with his presence. It was expected, Sirzechs being one of the most predictable people on the face of the planet when it came down to his sister. He tapped his leg impatiently, wanting to at least taste a sample of the many luxurious foods they'd be serving at the ceremony. I wonder, will Saraorg be there? Now thoroughly fed up with Sirzechs' tardiness, he began polishing his now unsheathed blade, finding the chore relaxing. Finally. The signature Gremory circle shone from the inside of his mansion and in the living room. Naruto quickly fiddled with his arm guards before steadying himself, not wanting to hear Graphia nagging. It's about time. Sirzechs and Graphia stood in the middle, the Mao looking distraught while his wife maid had her usual expression, though Naruto detected a flash of uncertainty in her eyes. That's right, she's expecting me to refuse the deal unless I get something in return. I suppose I too would be worried if I were in her shoes. Naruto, Sirzechs breathed out in relief, not having to search for his younger brother and waste unnecessary time. Listen, we don't have much time, so I'll explain quickly. Rias lost her raiding game and is about to be married to Riser. I can't do much, so I want me to crash the wedding. Naruto finished, his hand now running across the gleaming sword of his before touching the razor-sharp tip, pricking his skin but not piercing through the first layer. Will they allow such a thing? I suppose if you make up some bull about how the long-lost brother came returning home and how you want to see my strength, he answered his question, nodding to himself at the validity of the statement. Though I am curious, why not Issei? If I were you, I would seek out the Red Dragon Emperor, seeing that he's intimately related to Rias, being her pawn. Because he's an unknown factor. While his potential is vast, I have a good grasp of your power levels and suffice to say, you'll wipe the floor with Riser. Sirzechs answered, with not much tact, using street terms. I know I can rely on you to beat him, so I came to you first. However, I can't grant you any other favors. 2 is already too much and they'll start suspecting. I'll do it, Naruto replied, shocking the pair, as both expected the worst. You don't have to give me anything, after all, I suppose the deal's not over. I'll admit, I didn't train Akeno with the usual intensity I train under. There were a couple of emotional issues and everything, but it's no excuse. The king stood up stretching out his arms and yawning. This will make a great debut, Sirzechs. The red-haired Mao stood there in shock, taking in the fact that Naruto had not refused the request. That was not what I was expecting, Sirzechs admitted. But it is a huge relief knowing someone like you is going to be fighting for Rias. Here, he handed him a teleportation seal. When I signal you, use it to teleport to the entrance of the wedding hall. From then on, well, I don't have to say much, do I? Naruto smirked. No, you don't. Mind telling me what the signal is? When I pulse my magic into this paper, Sirzechs pulled out another piece of parchment, showing him the worn-out yellow paper adorned with several runes and words. A red light will light up on your seal. Once you see that, do what needs to be done. Graphia began preparing a spell to take them back, intending on clearing any suspicions of the Lucifer playing favorites and scheming behind their backs. Oh, and one more thing, his face crinkled into a heartwarming expression, a genuine smile coming into light. Thank you, Naruto. Don't mention it. Naruto sat back down on the couch, holding the seal in his hand. A deal's a deal, no. Sirzechs' smile never diminished, even when he went through the spell. The red light from the Gremory was outshined by his happiness. DxD. Naruto scratched his head, wondering what he could do in his free time. Sure, training was always an option, but he had to maintain vigilance if he didn't want to miss Sirzechs' signal transmitted through the summoning seal. After all, if he took his eyes off for even a minute, it could throw their entire plan off the rails. Naruto breathed through his nose heavily, unconsciously grabbing onto the summoning seal. All this thinking, normally, he was one to drown himself in the clouds of his thoughts, blocking every outside noise with ease. Somehow, thinking of this entire ordeal twisted his preference. I'm itching for some action now, I hope Sirzechs calls me soon. The various runes inscribed on the parchment glowed an ethereal ruby color, signaling Naruto to take his choice of action. Finally, Naruto quickly stretched his arms and legs before activating the seal, teleporting him to the entrance of the wedding ceremony, all of which was taking place within the Phoenix manor. Naruto sucked in his teeth, gazing at his new surroundings. This place is extravagant. Even the Gremory estate wasn't as fancy as this. Zeodicus wasn't lying when he informed of the Phoenix economic status. Words and cheers of excitement were muffled by the door, as the announcements were interrupted by the harsh slamming of doors. Without a word, Naruto introduced his presence to the various guests, all of whom donned shocked, mortified expressions. Halt! Do you even know what this place is? An unrecognizable guard pointed a spear to Naruto's face, the redhead not unsettled by the lethal weapon's proximity to his facial features. He stood still, raising one eyebrow as he pondered what action to take. Should I attack him? No, the Phoenix members might be threatened by that, and every devil in this room will be on me in an instant. Should I try talking my way out of this? And where is Sirzechs? Before Naruto had a chance to choose, Sirzechs made his appearance, the Crimson Satan awing the crowd with his very presence. It's all right everyone. This is something I arranged for myself. It's entertainment. The spear was reluctantly lowered, Naruto scoffing at the devils, mean mug, noting the inferior reserves. Cannon fodder. What is the meaning of this, Lucifer-sama? A lone voice exploded amidst the crowd, visibly unpleased with the rude interruption. You know you cannot. I merely wanted my sister's wedding to be a flashy one. Sirzechs gestured at Naruto, welcoming him to come closer. After all, I found the rating game a bit one-sided, however enjoyable it was. While Riser has earned his victory, the gap of experience between my sister and the genius Riser made the game preferential. For those of you who don't know, this is my half-brother, Naruto Gremory. While he is sadly not of pure blood, he has made a name for himself in the supernatural. Behold, the leader of the Akatsuki himself, the long unknown, Firebolt. Naruto's sweat dropped, anticipating laughter at such a crude nickname given not much thought. To his surprise, the chatter was scattered throughout the group of devils, all having heard of the prominent moniker and the strength he allegedly possessed. To have earned such a title at an unripe age, it was all exciting news indeed. They nodded their heads in approval, shouting words of how wise their Mao was, eager to view the showdown between the Firebolt and the legendary Phoenix. The nickname was not unpopular, the opposite. Riser, can you show your once more in front of Rias and I? With his ego inflated, the middle brother of the Phoenix clan knelt on one knee, yearning to humiliate the devil in front of him. If Lucifer-sama himself asks, who am I to refuse? Naruto, what of you? He cracked his head in response, slowly nodding at the challenge while screaming in joy in his mind, bursting with joy to bring down the arrogant Phoenix a notch. Now as these two fighters are both devils, it is only fitting that we grant them something in exchange for their duties as providing us with entertainment. Silencing the wails of protest at the opportunity given to a half-breed, Sirzechs continued with his proposal, his charisma enveloping those around him, caressing and twisting their desires to the point they aligned with his. Naruto, what is it you desire? Money. A beautiful girl. Naruto shook his head, knowing he would have to uphold an act to not arouse suspicion. You grace me with such generosity, Lucifer-sama. However, such base desires hold no interest for me. I cherish values that are intangible, unable to amount to a materialistic value. Love is one thing, family is another. I wish for Rias-sama to be freed from the contract. Seeing my sister chained down by such demands pains my heart. With my long absence from my sister, I shall atone for such negligence by requesting a wish of hers, free her from the marriage. And you, Riser? The man smirked. I have no desires. Just that the wedding be uninterrupted from this point on. Rias is all that matters to me. Sirzechs raised both hands, summoning enough magic to teleport the contestants to their respective stage. Very well. Win and you shall receive. I will prepare the stage. A dimension was created with the Mao's power, bricks materializing into place as the two began to face off. Tell me, why do you do this? Riser patted down his blazer, dusting off imaginary dust specks. Why fight? I am a pure-blood devil of the Phoenix house. Our control over fire and wind is unrivaled, our immortality unbeaten. You, a low-class devil, will never live up to such expectations. So why? Naruto laughed, a pure bellow of laughter that made his stomach pain over such a ridiculous statement. Riser's eyebrow twitched, his mouth itching to retort, but Naruto spoke up before that. You have such arrogance, to believe your pyrokinesis and aerokinesis is unmatched. Immortality unbeaten, you have much to learn. Allow me the pleasure of enlightening you. The redhead slowly drew the blade, savoring the soft sound of metal scratching metal. Ha! What's a measly sword going to? Riser never finished the sentence, his waist perfectly severed as Naruto flicked the blade, blood dripping on the artificial floor. In an instant, Naruto crossed the distance between him and Riser, slicing the tempered blade right through his body right after. As anticipated, Riser regenerated soon after, the top of his body born anew from the flames, similar to that of the mythical creature Phoenix. Like I said, what's a measly sword going to do to me? Naruto chose not to respond, turning around with his blade outstretched and pointing at the man's face. You believe your immortality will last forever. All I have to do is wear your stamina down, killing you over and over again. At some point, you will no longer be able to regenerate from wounds. Once that happens, checkmate. Riser narrowed his eyes, summoning his wings of fire, covering the stage with mouth-drying heat. I'll kill you before, once more, he was cut off with the rude interruption in the form of Naruto's blade. Deviating from the unspoken swordsman rule of acting as if the sword was an extension, Naruto had thrown the blade at Riser hilt deep into his face. The floor cracked under the tension of Naruto pushing off. Speeding towards Riser in the form of a bullet, Naruto pulled the sword out, severing each limb with surgical precision before flipping backward, avoiding the burst of regenerative flames. "You shitty brat," Riser howled, clenching his fist. "Do you even understand what you're doing? This marriage is more than just one person. It's for the devil race as a whole." Naruto was not so nice as to ignore openings, immediately pouncing on each chance to mutilate the arrogant Phoenix. Spinning like a maelstrom, Naruto sliced his head off before slashing at his waist and knees, producing 3 uneven parts of Riser. Riser clutched his head, feeling the backlash from having to heal so quickly. "Hybrid, half-breed, you have the filthy blood of the human race, so just die already." With a sweep of his hand, Riser called forth a wave of his Phoenix flames, all hurtling towards the redhead. "Arrogant or not, those flames are dangerous. I can't exactly tank them and expect to come out unscathed." Choosing to take the upwards route, Naruto revealed his devil wings and took flight, avoiding the scorching heat that came with Riser's attack. "You're cornered," Riser gleefully shouted, anticipating such a move. Keeping afloat with his flaming wings, the Phoenix summoned a harsh gale of wind, attempting to blow back the devil back towards the inferno down below. Too easy. Naruto skillfully maneuvered through the air, avoiding the bursts of air, using his winds to repel the opposing forces when needed. "That all you got?" Riser pounded his fist on the chest. "Feel the almighty powers of the Phoenix. Burn in hell." A fireball fed on the ball of wind, growing to exponential sizes and careening towards Naruto. Not bad, but he has all that potential just for it to go in the trash. He would have put up a better fight if he'd trained. With a flick of a wrist, Naruto summoned several circles of the Gremory crest. Numerous tendrils of water twisted and engulfed each other before forming a rough imitation of a dragon. Conjuring a dragon made completely from water, Naruto consumed the decently sized fireball, engulfing Riser's attack and putting out the so-called Master of Fire. Manipulating the dragon even from a distance, he twisted the momentum, sending the dragon crashing to the ground with Riser grasped within its watery fangs. The ground cracked from the tension and pressure, crushing Riser's well-maintained flesh, his smooth skin giving way to his muscles and blood underneath until all that remained was his bones. "Did I overdo it?" Naruto mused before taking back his statement, Riser reforming from his supposed death to Naruto's annoyance. "You bastard. I was going to save this for the young devils gathering, but I'll admit this much, you're being a pain in my ass," Naruto muttered, sheathing his sword. His right foot slid back while his right hand followed that direction, leaving afterimages as the appendage dragged in the air. In one smooth motion, Naruto pulled on the inherent magic placed within his soul, summoning a familiar black orb. 2. Heart Decimate. 2 tapered pieces of metal with sharpened ends formed into existence, in Naruto's hands. "I never cut a Phoenix with this, have I? Time to add your powers." He dual-wielded the ambiguous-looking weapons as if they were swords, seemingly disappearing and appearing at Riser's back. "You should keep an eye on your opponent, no." The Phoenix yelled in fury as he turned around, swinging his fist at Naruto and hoping to feel the insolent devil's cheekbone cracking under his knuckles. Blood splattered everywhere, several drops painting Naruto's outfit a dark shade as he, in rapid succession, threw one piece deep in Riser's chest and used the other to cleanly separate Riser's arm from the rest of the body, his free arm holding Riser's limb with disgust. "Slow," Naruto smirked before grabbing the other piece of metal from Riser's chest and jumping back. Slamming the blunt ends together, the 2 pieces of metal transformed into an ornate bow, a tight piece of string connecting the sharpened ends. "Let's test this out." A fiery arrow began to form, Naruto holding the tangible projectile and knocking it. "My bow blade has 2 forms, the dual blade form and the bow form. Slicing any entity in the blade form will allow me to harness their power in my bow form. In this case, the Phoenix flames are what's being harnessed." The arrow was sent flying, carving a deep, smoldering hole in Riser's chest, his expression conveying shock and indignation as he recognized the power held within the arrow. "Let's get this over with." Zephyrs began to billow all around him, increasing their force until it evolved into miniature hurricanes, all while a tainted glow began to fill the arena, an arrow of light forming within the grips of the bow. Ignoring the stinging pain coming with the burden of harnessing such power, Naruto pulled the shaft back, putting unimaginable pressure on the string. Holy light is one of your weaknesses, immortality or not. With your reserves decreased, you might not even survive from this. He shook his head in disappointment. Nice try, Riser. With a screeching howl of energy rapidly being built up, Naruto released the bolt of light, letting out all the compressed energy for Riser to take on head first. At first, the beam was sharp and thin, its primary function being to pierce straight through devil flesh. Then, it enlarged, quickly enveloping Riser in its cruel embrace, wrapping him in waves of pain that ignited his nerves to no end. Blasting him back with twisting typhoons, the tainted light ate at his very flesh, degrading him to a pitiful state that most spectators could not hold back a wince at. Naruto watched in sardonic amusement as Riser's body fell face first into the ground, his stamina thoroughly drained after suffering one of his mortal weaknesses. It was a miracle the man had not perished from such an attack, whether Naruto underplayed it or not. Anyone else has problems with me being a half-devil. If so, step forward and I shall respond with full might. Naruto boldly declared, Revel staring at his audacity while at her brother's side. Murmuring arose as the dimension began to revert to the original wedding room, Naruto cracking his knuckles, his sacred gear no longer to be seen anywhere. Several guests stayed clear of his seemingly barbaric appearance, him being stained with blood and wearing unseemly clothing. Was this sufficient enough, Lucifer-sama? Indeed it was. Sirzechs gently nodded, holding back his smile, in fear of being accused of abusing his power as a Mao. As a reward, I hereby declare this marriage null and void. Rias Gremory is no longer engaged to Riser Phoenix. From the side, Rias began sobbing in elation, her wedding dress blotched with her tears. Next to her, her peerage was just as delighted, congratulating her on the victory. Not all of them were as happy as she was, Issei exemplifying that the most, pounding the ground in protest at the missed opportunity of impressing his king and generally raising a spectacle. Naruto remained impassive and unmoving, looking over their celebration until a certain rival made his way over to his side. Well, who knew you had a sacred gear? Saraorg grinned, slapping his best friend on the back, pumped up at the reminder that Naruto had not slacked in his training. Using the light of angels. Quite the sight. Just a warning, I know already. Naruto interrupted, a smirk plastered on his face, his disinterested expression cracking and morphing into something more positive. Well, I wouldn't say have, but I am aware that you tamed Regulus Nemea, one of the 13 Longinus. Saraorg gawked at him in surprise before realizing who he was interacting with. If you're wondering how I know this, let's just say a certain crow is extremely interested in sacred gears. He likes to keep tabs on Longinus users, especially. Naruto patted his shoulder, before locking eyes with his rival. Promise me something, Saraorg. Until we fight again, promise me you won't lose to anyone else. Hey, Saraorg extended his hand. I'll do that, as long as you promise to do the same. We are rivals, after all. That goes without saying. With that out of the way, Naruto began to move out of the room when his sister stopped him midway. Rias. She wiped her tears, opening her vibrant blue-green eyes, and hugged the still unresponsive redhead, the two siblings making intimate contact for the first time. Thank you, I'm sure you had your reasons, but still, you have no idea how much this means to me. Then, Naruto patted her shoulder with apathy, unsure of how to react. His memories of spending time with the Gremory family was certainly prevalent, reminding why he had left the household so quickly. However, it was certainly irrational for him to hold a grudge for the actions of an 8-year-old girl. Seriously, that was just unbecoming of him. Like I said, Rias. He gently pushed her away, not wanting to be seen as an emotionless asshole but reminding her of her sins. We'll talk in the future. For now, I'll take my leave. See you round, Rias. See you soon, brother, Rias whispered. DxD. How long had it been? Years, decades, centuries. He didn't know. All he knew was that he was alive. After so many painstaking years of healing his core, he was alive. But it should have been impossible for the time being. He simply didn't possess enough power to revive himself all at once. His core was still healing the last time he checked. That accursed human Beowulf had managed to damage his very soul with runting, slicing his arm and wing from his body. His regenerative properties could do nothing against the dragon-slaying sword, and the attributes of the blade wounded him to the degree of being dormant. For ages, his core remained safely in his mother's lair, untouched and undisturbed by outside forces. Until now. It was clear that someone, or something, had aided him in recovering his strength and health. Now, the question remained, who? Or what? He flexed his wings and sat up just like a human. His sharp silver eyes flashed as he sensed several presences in the structure he was currently in. A low growl escaped his lips, anticipating all the delicious pain he would suffer and deal out. It was so exciting and delectable. And what? A young girl with waist-level black hair stared back at him with dull, gray eyes. For the shortest of moments, her eyes flickered with the slightest of interest before returning to its emotionless state. But how was it that a mere girl escaped his senses? He could have sworn that just a second ago, there was no one in the room with him. It was as if the girl had appeared out of nowhere. He studied the girl in front of him, looking for any abnormalities in her features or power. Sure, she had slits in her eyes and pointed ears, but she didn't possess any outstanding power or killing intent. It was as if nothing was in front of him. As far as he was concerned, the girl in front of him was, well, a girl. There was nothing special about the human standing in front of him. "I need your power," she stated with no fluctuations in her tone, thoroughly remaining apathetic. "I am losing control." "Hey, hee ha ha ha." He cackled as his chuckles broke out into full-blown laughter. His black scales reflected the light in an ominous way, foreshadowing the massacre that was about to take place. Oh, he would make sure to drag out the girl's death as long as he could. It's been so long since he'd witnessed the light fading from one's eyes. "Kill. I'll kill you, kill 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 kill." Unfortunately for him, appearances could be deceiving. The evil dragon was forced to his knees as a new emotion awakened in the girl's eyes, anger. Power emanated from every pore of her figure, leaving the dragon to reconsider his decision to speak out against her. The very building began to crumble and shake under the pressure that was leaking out of control. "You will bow," she announced as the ground caved in due to the massive power influx. "And you will help me." A metaphysical figure of a dragon of great stature towered over his large figure, shadowing him in pure strength. It was as if there was no end to the amount of power she had for use. It constantly rushed into her body, eagerly refreshing her reserves and keeping her in the top condition. There was no doubt in Grendel's mind. This was Ophis, the Ouroboros dragon and the infinite dragon god. Or rather she. Kill 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 kill. Even in the presence of one higher on the chain of power, he refused to submit. His killing intent was like a bucking stallion, thrashing, and threatening to spill over the world. It was only Ophis's sheer might that kept him from laying waste to this world. "You will help me." Her tone was one of finality, refusing to take no for an answer. "You will obey." With her hand outstretched, a black miasma erupted and curled around his draconic frame, entrapping him in its everlasting grip. And it would not let go. Rias stiffly picked up her silverware, meticulously picking apart her food as if it was a dissection rather than a meal. The dining hall was silent, with Akeno next to her not commenting on her tranquility. Kiba wiped his mouth with a tissue while Kaneko looked apathetic as usual. Asia, not completely clueless, picked up on the trend, choosing instead to stick by Issei's side. Finally, the pervert of the hour, Issei, did his best to discreetly ogle Venelana, who, to his utmost surprise, looked the same age as Rias. "Mother, when we finish my breakfast, may I have a moment of your time?" she politely asked, knowing full well that manners were one of the many things Venelana had drilled into her. Rias quietly placed her spoon and fork on top of her plates, offering thanks to the maid who efficiently cleared the space in front of her. Of course. Venelana clasped her hands and looked curiously at her daughter, Zeodicus awkwardly finishing his food by her side, surprised by his daughter's unusual stubbornness to answer any of their questions. "In fact, if it's not personal, we can speak freely now. After all, your servants are a part of our family." "It's about Naruto," Rias blurted out, her mother's eyes freezing over as quickly as Seraphol would perform her signature move, Celsius cross trigger. Is that personal enough, or may we speak freely as of now, mother? Observing her mother's rapid alteration of demeanor was more than enough to back Naruto's claim of her discrimination. Even now, after years without separation, her hate had not diminished in the slightest. I believe the topic is best reserved between the two of us, Venelana said with caution, wiping the corner of her mouth delicately and calling over a servant. Though it mystifies me, why the sudden inquiries into the boy? That was the wrong question to ask, as Rias began her rant. Why? Because you told me to avoid him when he first met me. Because even with the years of the silent treatment, he chose to save me from that engagement, something both of you refused to do. Because he's my. Enough. Venelana's violet blazed with displeasure, her hands glowing slightly as she held herself back from vaporizing the table in front of her. That, Naruto is something you shouldn't get involved with, for your own safety. Rias gritted her teeth at the dehumanization her mother was purposely putting forth, regarding her half-brother as a thing, instead of a person. Luckily, the years of practicing patience paid off, the Gremory heiress not telegraphing her emotions. Still, I wish to understand why you don't want me to be involved with him. She emphasized, him, making it known that she didn't appreciate such a caustic way of mentioning Naruto. Very well, Rias. Venelana carefully stood up, her poise making it clear that she was born of aristocratic status. Let's begin now, as a matter of fact. I'm sure your servants are fine with staying here for the moment, right? They nodded, understanding that this was a matter concerning those two, and those two only. Rias silently agreed, standing up in response and following her mother to another room where they would not be heard by others. It was a typical chamber in their house, one of which was in abundance. Her mother stared out of the window, ignoring their initial intentions, for the time being, choosing to admire the trimmed, well-kept gardens on the outside. Eventually, Rias's patience came to an end, the leak in her dam of willpower emptying her reserve of forbearance. Clenching her jaw, she dared to open her mouth. Mother, you promised me information about. Do you know Lady Cetree? She said, refusing to move her gaze. When Rias made no noise, she took that as an unspoken sign of, no. Sophia, she was one of my closest friends, a girl that would stick by my side through thick and thin. Even after graduating from our school for pure bloods, she stayed with me. Even when we were ordered to fight against the two opposing factions in the last war, she stayed with me. Even when I was given to your father as the part of the arranged marriage that birthed you and Sirzechs, she stayed with me. Do you know what happened to her? Rias, in the back of her mind, knew. She had seen glimpses of a gravestone her mother would visit daily, speaking to the inanimate object with no worry that her daughter was spying on her sessions. In fear of drawing a negative reaction, she said nothing. She was slain in a brief skirmish. It was between a wandering clan known as the Uzumaki. They would eventually find their home, but in the final moments of my dearest friend, they were nomads, passing through territory that belonged to us devils. She shuddered for a brief moment, an action that did not go unnoticed. After an altercation, things turned violent. I was in that same territory, shopping, and having fun with her when violence broke out. There was a woman there by the name of Kushina Uzumaki, chain jail. That was her sacred gear used primarily to hold down monsters of unspeakable strengths. In this case, it went right through Sophia's chest, stabbing through her heart when she dove in front of me in a successful attempt to shield me. Venelana slammed her palm on the window, thankfully not exerting her maximum strength, lest her hand go straight through the glass. Years later, your father became enamored with a certain red-haired woman, the very same Kushina Uzumaki, the woman who killed my best friend in cold blood and the reason why your best friend Sona is left without a mother. That which gave birth to the monstrosity known as Naruto Uzumaki. Rias gaped at the new information, not knowing whether she should comfort her mother or shout at her for passing a mother's sins down to her unborn child. Her bones shook as her indecision spread throughout her body, causing uncontrollable quivers. Luckily, she died a month later, after his birth. That's my reason, and what should become your reason? Stay away from him, Rias. He might end up being the one slaying Sona, or worse, Akeno. Venelana's position did not move for a good moment before she walked out of the room with her usual stride. DxD. Tawa, Naruto called out, interrupting the verbal spar between him and his rival, Leon. I need to talk to you. The redhead privately prayed to whatever entity out there that would listen to his prayers, hoping that Tawa would reign in his anger and enthusiasm. Kokubile, Naruto broke the brief silence with a name that froze the two in their tracks. He's somewhere around here. Several nail-biting, tension-filled moments later, Tawa spoke up. Kokubile, all Akatsuki members knew of his desire to avenge his fallen comrades and slay the fallen angel. It was practically taboo to even mention his name. I'll fucking kill him, Tawa shouted, the heat rising in accordance with his emotions. Leon took a step back and looked towards Naruto, wondering what action he could take to help the situation. Naruto gazed into the fiery orbs filled with hateful passion. But for now, the corners of Naruto's lips quirked up. I'll hold myself back. Tawa's jaw clenched and the trio stayed in that position for several more minutes, stewing in the unbreakable silence. You've taught me that much. His eyes glowered with the usual ferocity, but it was steadied with his willpower, restraining the blazing inferno in his eyes. Meliodas had taught him how unfavorable it was to unleash one's anger in a mindless tantrum. And I know right now, I can't beat him myself. No matter how hard I trained. Tawa clenched his fist, his veins straining against his skin. He's Kokubile. Naruto remained silent. Certainly, the fallen angel was no pushover. After all, anyone who had survived the Great War would prove to be a formidable foe. To speak of war and fight in one were two universally different things. To thrive and enjoy the horrors of war, Kokubile was something completely different from the enemies they faced in the past. But I'm not letting go of my anger. Tawa's muscles relaxed, signifying his control over his temper. I have friends now, so we'll work together and take that bastard down. My only demand, his eyes narrowed. It's my fist that'll go through his chest. I'm the one who's going to kill him when we have him on the ground. Naruto couldn't help but smile at his restraint. Well said. We'll take him down but you'll deal the final blow. He nodded while closing his eyes. Akatsuki will get the job done. DxD. I don't understand, Akeno. Rias threw her hands up before reversing its trajectory, slamming them down on the desk. She's blaming Naruto for something he wasn't even alive for. What kind of mother, what kind of person had I been looking up to for the past years? The prepossessing heiress, relieved of her burdens, practically flung herself onto her chair in the Occult Research Club. Her mood contrasted with Issei's, the brown-haired Longinus wielder looking on with inhuman eagerness as his king's breasts jiggled ever so slightly, the colossal mounds nearly slipping out of her restrictive white shirt. Remembering his training, he focused, the little magic he had concentrating into his eyes. Ignoring him, Akeno placed a hand on her king's shoulder. You should look at this from your mother's perspective. There's no denying her unneeded hostility to Naruto-kun, but there's protectiveness lying in there, Bucho. Right, Rias covered her cheeks with her palms. She did give me a warning, saying how he'd kill you or Sona. Still, her anger is misdirected and I don't know how to deal with this. Worse, my father isn't lifting a finger. He's acting powerless in front of his own son. She huffed, closing her eyes in concentration before shooting straight out of her chair. And when did you add kun to my brother's name? Rias accused, pointing at her queen with suspicion and accusation. I have no idea what you're talking about, Bucho. Akeno placed one hand over her cheek, reminiscing over her discussions with Naruto while training, glad that he took her words to heart. Though much of the bad blood between her and Naruto had been cleared, she still wished to meet him one more time, to talk things out before their verbal spar festered like an infected wound. Are you jealous, Bucho? I never pegged you as having a brother complex. Though who could blame you? He is that handsome after all, she teased, her closed eyes and delicate smile helping cement her innocent image. Why you? Rias was cut off with a wail that could only be heard at tragedies, funerals, one's final moments, losing all your life savings, etc. A cry of true despair was filling the room and whatever it was, Rias wanted it to be gone. New. Issei fell to his knees, Asia fretting over the boy and patting his arms, asking what was ailing him. Bucho. Bucho is in love with that red-haired brother of hers. He pounded the floor with his gauntlet-covered fist before looking up, feeling the sting of Rias's electrifying glare, promising a world of hurt. Issei. She deliberately pronounced each syllable of his name, stomping over to his fallen figure and grabbing his shirt collar. I am not, repeat it after me. I am not in love with Naruto. I was just surprised that Akeno was so familiar with him after I heard they had a spat of sorts. Rias whacked her pawn's head before giving one more good measure. Honestly, Issei, just what am I going to do with you? Of course, his initial thoughts ventured to the dark, twisted side, imagining his king in a dominatrix outfit with a whip in her hand, crooning, time for your punishment, Issei-kun tilde. The mere thought of that tightened his pants, prompting Asia to look away with embarrassment. Akeno looked at the floor, reminded of the unpleasant memories of her and Naruto fighting over the concepts of family. Her mind flashed back to their argument over abandoning family and her demeanor darkened, recalling her mother's killer. Her eyes were overshadowed by her black bangs, not taking in the sight of Rias shaking her head in mortification and Asia clutching Issei's arm, crying out in disappointment and pain, due to her prayers to God. DxD. Having finished his small chat with Tawa, Naruto found himself pleasantly surprised by the arrival of the rest of his peerage. Mocha led the group, nearly busting down the double doors as the hinges nearly snapped from the sheer speed of the swing. We're back, she announced haughtily before making her way up the stairs to take a long shower. Don't even think about bothering me, Mocha called back as she entered her room to gather her clothes and change. How was the trip? Naruto asked, hopping from the balcony, ignoring the stairs that ran down from the sides. Using his devil wings, he softened the landing. You're all safe, right? Urza stepped up with her armor dirty and dusty but unscathed. Yes, Naruto-sama. There were no injuries, though we did run into the Chaos Brigade again. She narrowed her eyes and shook her head slightly. It was Arthur and Lefay that stood against us. Luckily, their surprise attack failed and they were forced to retreat once we regained the numbers, superiority. Naruto sighed. The Chaos Brigade was no ordinary group. Their members spanned across several pantheons and were made up of all kinds of people. Humans, devils, fallen, yokai, etc. All he knew was that there were several highly dangerous members within the group while the inner structure of the group was made up of different factions that all had separate goals. No one had even the slightest idea of who the leader was. That's fine, Urza. Naruto smiled at her to tone down the situation. As long as Akatsuki retained all of its members alive and unharmed, he was fine with the news. Well, I've already told one person, but be on the lookout for Kokobile. He's around Kuo town for reasons unknown. They all stiffened, Rainier included. We'll discuss tactics later, but be careful. Is that all? Rainier grumpily asked after getting over the shock of hearing the news of Kokobile. Naruto nodded in response. Just be on the lookout. I don't want any of you dying anytime soon, so be careful. Go take a shower or whatever you need to do. He shooed them off with a wave of his hand. The group dispersed while Rainier stomped over to the couch and plopped herself down. Her turbulent expression dissuaded anyone that wanted to talk to her. All except Naruto. Yo. He sat down next to her. He had just noted the disgruntled fallen angel who was only recently reincarnated into his peerage. Problems, Rainier? Nothing. She interrupted him before he could even finish inquiring about her state of mind. They remained like that for several more minutes before Naruto found the need to jumpstart his pep talk. You can talk to me about anything, yeah, no. He tried coaxing out a single word. What's wrong, Rainier? Come on now, I won't tell if you're that embarrassed. The violet-eyed beauty glared at him with ferocity before recalling his first lesson, expertly breathing through her nose and controlling herself. The trip made me realize several things. Like how weak I am. She spat out, looking down at her hands while recounting her version of the events. When we were out there in the battlefield, there were so many creatures that attacked us. For me to be saved so many times, I'm just a burden. Naruto humped as he faced the resting female, her wings lazily spread out on the couch like sheets. Do I have to say this all the time? You're now a part of our family, Rainier. You're not a burden at all. He patted her shoulder. Remember, it's our job to help you, so don't see that as sympathy or pity. It's just something we do. Even so. If you're that disappointed with your power, let's spar. Rainier trudged after her unnecessarily enthusiastic king. I'm going to kick the shit out of him one of these days. DxD. He hadn't asked for any of this. As soon as he finished dodging all of Raynair's light projectiles and participated in hand-to-hand combat with her, Esdeath had dragged him to his room, forcing him to get changed and showered. Once finished with his tasks, his queen latched onto his arm, the two devils going on a date in Kyoto, one willingly and the other unwillingly. As the brunette grasped onto Naruto's arm, several glares of envy were drawn from both genders, the males being jealous of the handsome man by Esdeath's side and the females envying Esdeath for being so close to a man that transcended humanity's standards of good looks. I planned it all out, so don't worry about anything, Esdeath blushed before turning around the corner, leading the two to a fancy restaurant that was not befitting of their appearance, the seemingly romantic couple dressed in casual clothes. I've been waiting for a chance like this, but you were always occupied with something. Instantly, they drew looks from every corner of the dining area, their ethereal beauty, and out-of-place clothing making for a strange, eye-catching combo. She confidently strode over to the staff, confirming their reservation and pulling Naruto to their private table. Naruto mentally sighed, wanting to brush up on some of his fighting techniques and perfect the Rasengan. Before Yami disappeared, he mentioned that the technique had two parts to it. The first part involved pure energy manipulation, a feat that took several days to replicate, with the help of his clones and Yami. The second part, unfortunately, was left unfinished, as Yami never mentioned how to incorporate his element into the grinding attack. Esdeath, Naruto sipped his water. How do you feel about the Gremory peerage? Having nothing else to talk about, the redhead settled to center around their future opponents. You've watched their match against the Phoenix peerage, didn't you? Esdeath stirred the liquid in the cup with her black straw, absent-mindedly solidifying the water. Such trivialities, I suppose they have potential, though this isn't what I'd like to be talking about right now. Her implicit suggestion was not lost on Naruto's ears, the king chuckling nervously and racking his mind for something else to converse about. This whole situation was awkward for the young devil. He and Esdeath were certainly close, enduring numerous trials and events of near death. She was the first member of Akatsuki and was constantly by his side, ever since he rescued her from her despair and aimlessness. However, her declaration of love was sudden and shocked the living bejesus out of him. In fact, he was still coming to terms with the sudden shift in their relationship. "You know, I never really asked you about your family." Naruto brightened up before chastising himself for bringing up such a morbid topic, remembering their demise in front of the young girl. "I mean, if you don't want to talk about it." "The part is clan." She interrupted his ramblings with a singular statement. "It's true, you never probed into my past, but I suppose it's fitting as my future husband to know about my mysterious surname." Naruto's sweat dropped while looking over the food menu, making sure to pay attention to his queen's words. "We weren't as well known as your clan, the Uzumakis," Esdeath said. "But we were aware of the supernatural, and it was a tradition for us to fight those with equal or more power than us every year, to prove our worth to the elders." Naruto whistled. In the supernatural world, humans were often looked down upon because of their ordinary qualities, not having supernatural strength, speed, or reflexes. Their only saving grace was their potential to wield sacred gears, and even then, it was a shot in the dark. To willingly seek out and fight monsters as humans took unbelievable confidence and the strength to back it up. We were nomadic, moving around constantly. My father, the leader of the clan, believed that staying in one place was the same as chaining us down. He was a zealous believer in freedom and movement. Esdeath reminisced, with a touch of melancholy unseen before. That's really it. I mean, we didn't have superpowers. Just awareness of the supernatural. Calling over a waiter, they both placed an order. Does that satisfy your curiosity, Naruto? He shrugged. Esdeath, do you have a goal? I mean, I'm pretty sure most of us in Akatsuki have some sort of dream they want to achieve, save Meliodas and Elizabeth. They seem rather content with the life they're living right now, Naruto mused. A goal? Esdeath's eyes were glazed in deep thought. The queen was busy thinking to focus on the fact that Naruto was gazing into her eyes. I suppose, to become the strongest in the world. That's quite a goal, but nothing short of what I expected from you. Naruto said. Too bad for you, that position is gonna belong to me pretty soon. So be it, Esdeath announced suddenly, drawing more stares and looks of bewilderment. I will use you as a stepping stone for my ultimate ambition. Once I surpass you, I will then know the progress of my strength. DxD. Issei huffed as he struggled to finish the last of his push-ups. His triceps, deltoids, and serratus anterior all worked in tandem to move the boy's body up and down, his back parallel to the ground. Though the quality of each set decreased with each passing time, Rias never lessened the weight on his back, not even once. The feeling of Buku's butt on my back. Renewed with his never-ending stream of lechery, Issei straightened out his torso, moving even quicker than before. I can do this. That's the spirit, Issei. Rias nodded, happy with her pawn's eagerness to exercise and get stronger, even if his sole motivation was her breasts. Pressing harder against him, Rias smiled, watching as her pawn grew physically with every push-up. You'll have a harem in no time. Maybe, just maybe if you finish the last 50 in under 10 seconds, I'll let you see my breasts again. 50. In 10 seconds. Issei wept at the unfairness of it all, the impossible task standing in his way of completing one of his stepping goals. Wait, is my spirit weakening? To think it's impossible. Oh, forgive me Meliodas-sama. The perspiring, hormone-addled boy pushed his limits, Rias sighing on top of him. The power Naruto showed when fighting Riser was frightening. Not to mention the one-sided massacre he dealt us in that church. Rias gripped her hands, despising the utter powerlessness she felt in that moment. If he wanted to, Naruto could have killed them all right on the spot with minimal resistance. It was an ugly thought but one that had shreds of truth in it. If this keeps up, I'll never accomplish my dream of winning rating games. Me, who couldn't even beat Riser, we'll all have to up our training. I was too lax, thinking I could just drift along the waves of life, even with my responsibilities as the Gremory heiress. Thank you, Naruto, you opened my eyes. Bucho. I finished my push-ups. Can I see? Not under 10 seconds, Issei. No. Nice try. DxD. The rest of the date went fine. Death had insisted on walking around Kyoto by his side. As usual, she refused to relinquish her grip on his arm. It was only after insisting that he desperately needed to use the bathroom that she relented and let him be on his way. Which brought him here to the public restroom. What the? A furious itch arose on his left eye, the feeling of million ants crawling over his sensory organ prompted him to rub at the zone of irritation. After several minutes of relieving his itch, he blinked back the tears welling up out of the corner of his eye, a side effect from touching such a sensitive body part. Creak. The sink was turned back on, the water falling down the drain, and covering the marble with droplets. Once more, Naruto cupped his hands and trickled the liquid on his eye, though the attempt to relieve the irritation was futile. Blinking away his tears, Naruto found himself staring into the mirror in shock. His left eye, it was no longer the cool blue he had grown accustomed to. That original color had disappeared completely, giving way to a furious red. And in the middle, his pupil was no longer that of a human's, or even a devil's. A slit crossed his already thinning pupil, giving his eye a bizarre appearance. And as quickly as it appeared, it vanished as if the changes had never taken place. So far, there's nothing, Naruto muttered to himself, bouncing from rooftop to rooftop in his casual gear. His mask prevented identity leaks and just in case, his pouches were armed to the teeth with explosives, smoke bombs, throwing knives, etc. Let it be said that Naruto Uzumaki Gremory is a cautious half-devil. The wind blew back suddenly as Naruto stopped his leapfrogging. His shoes slid on the floor as the force of the traction slowed him down to a screeching halt. Azazel said Estarossa was one of the more powerful fallen angels, so why is it that I can't sense his power? The stronger the entity, the harder it should be for one to sense them. He may be concealing himself with a strong barrier-class sacred gear. The wind softly lifted Naruto's long, crimson hair. Should I bring the entire Akatsuki? Naruto wondered out loud. I can't exactly depend on Rias and her peerage for help. Wait, won't Sirzechs interfere in the situation if it looks hopeless? I mean, the most overprotective brother in the universe probably has some kind of method of instantaneously reaching her side. Should I reject Azazel's job? Admittedly, it's better for me to hide all my trump cards for the upcoming raiding games. No, if Urza was correct in spotting and fighting the Chaos Brigade, which she is, raiding games won't even be the top priority in the future. Naruto sighed, massaging his forehead to stave off the incoming headache. The moonlight shined brightly and reflected off the few pieces of armor he had on. This entire situation is much too complicated. I'll stay here with several members and call the rest if needed. Kokobile and Estarossa will die by our hands. After all, how can I pass up the chance of fighting one of the stronger fallen? DxD. We're leaving. Naruto nodded before shaking his head. Only some of us. Me, Meliodas, Leon, Akame, and Tawa will head to Kuo town and stay near Rias for the time being. For a war-hungering maniac, Kokobile is pretty predictable. He's looking to start a war, and what better way to do that by killing Rias and Sona, the siblings of the Lucifer and Leviathan. Before moving on, he quickly added, "If that's all right with you guys." "Absolutely not," Esdeath replied with a cool stare. "I'm going as well. Why would I pass up the chance of fighting Kokobile? He too will be my stepping stone." While the others gave confused tilts of their heads, Naruto knew exactly what she meant. Besides, having more manpower, or woman power, against Kokobile was welcome. It wouldn't be fair for him to say no to that. Who was he to get in the way of her ambitions? If Esdeath wanted to come with them to face off against the fallen angels, he wouldn't stop her. And even if he wanted to, it was extremely unlikely that he would. "Sure," Naruto said and looked for any other voiced complaints. Finding none, he announced, "All right then, we might as well head out now to check up on Rias and her peerage. Gather round." With a hand wave, he and the designated members were encircled in a large runic spell. The Gremory symbol flashed red as Naruto quickly worked on the enchantment. "Take a rest for now. You might be needing it soon." In a bright red flash, they disappeared. The silver-haired fallen sighed, already worried for her friend's safety. "I hope they'll return safely," Elizabeth whispered before turning to her fellow fallen hybrid. If you want, I can help you practice." "No thanks," Rainier snappishly said before stomping off to her designated room. All this ridiculous talk about training and family, she thought bitterly. "I'll get stronger on my own and sooner or later, Naruto will be the one bowing before my feet. Right now, I'm weak against that devil, but when the time comes, I'll be the one in charge." As she entered her room, Urza exited hers. Where did everyone go? She wondered out loud, having sensed a lack of presence in the mansion. DxD. And what the hell? Naruto finished, exhaling in frustration. From the looks of things, their situation was already in shambles. What happened here? The ground was littered with cracks and small drops of blood. Clearly, a fight had taken place, albeit a minor one. "Looks like a fight took place," Tawa noted before crouching low to inspect a small crater. "It must have been some weapon to make something like this. And this aura, Captain, you feel it too, right?" Naruto nodded. This kind of aura can only belong to one sword. Then it dawned on him. So that's how. He breathed out steadily and narrowed his eyes. Kokobile must have received information on the Vatican. How crafty of him. "What is it?" Leon piped up. "Figured out something, boss." "Think about it," Naruto lectured before pacing around to hone in on the frail demonic presence that lingered around the area. This feeling of happiness and victory, only one sword gives off that kind of presence. Excalibur, Esdeath exhaled in realization. Such a powerful sword could only mean a strong wielder, no. Not really. Naruto scratched his cheek. Excalibur has shattered into 7 fragments some time ago. Still, the fragments belonged to the church after they reforged them from the remains. Meaning, the church most likely sent a wielder on a mission to dispose of Kokobile. Naruto finished. But why would they fight here? There was definitely a devil here or several. And only Rias could be the one to clash against them. After all, she's the co-ruler of this place. Still, why did this fight even take place? Maybe it was a spar. Leon said lamely. "Are you an idiot?" Tawa bashed his rival over the head. What kind of idiot would spar in devil territory? The territory that belongs to Lucifer's sister. Who would do that? A distance away, a certain blue-haired individual sneezed. "The reason doesn't matter, you two. Their king chastised. The point is, the church, representing the angel faction, is here in devil territory. Rias and Sona are there in that same territory. What better way to start a fight than murdering all 3 in cold blood?" He quickly added. This is assuming that the church sent only one wielder. Ruthless, Akame noted. Ruthless, but smart. He must have been planning this out for some time. This is Kokubile after all. Esdeath's hand drifted towards her rapier. How exciting. Right, Naruto inched away from her before narrowing his eyes. Let's get a move on. There are not too many devils in this area, so we'll split up for now. If you run into Kokubile, do not hesitate to call for help. He warned. Yes. All right, Akame and Leon, you're with me, Naruto ordered. We can't afford to split up any further. Satawa, Meliodas, and Esdeath will go the other way. Look for Rias, Sona, and the church representatives. DxD. No. Issei pounded the table he, Saji, and Kaneko were eating at. It's you, my damnable, cursed enemy. Naruto. The redhead sweat dropped at the spectacle before stiffening at the sight of the church representatives. Something just feels wrong. Especially around that blue-haired girl. He cleared his throat. Am I bothering you, Issei-san? I haven't done anything yet. Internally, he chuckled. Naruto knew exactly what he was going to say. Haven't done anything. Issei's jaw dropped. Haven't done anything, he repeated dumbly. You existing is doing something. It's like luck itself is lusting for you. Oh, why? He cried to the heavens. Why is it that he gets all the cuties? First, it's that blue-haired humongous-titted girl, and now it's the black-haired cutie. No. The pounding commenced. Naruto and Leon stifled their laughter before they all turned to the elephant in the room. And you are? Naruto inquired politely before changing his mind. Never mind that. Please tell me why the church has sent 2 of its members into devil territory. His tone darkened and made it clear that he just wasn't going to take no for an answer. They didn't relent, though Issei was kind enough to inform them of the situation. It was a miracle he managed to keep a straight face during the sharing of information. I see. Naruto stroked his chin. How troublesome, and you too, he pointedly glared at them. Do you really think you can take Kokubile on and win? Never mind retrieving the other fragments. At this point, you'll be gift-wrapping your fragments for Kokubile to use. Don't insult our faith. Irina stood up suddenly. The church sent us because we can complete this mission, and we will. Besides, we are enlisting the dragon's help. We won't be alone. Naruto looked at her for a little while before shaking his head. You've got guts, but that won't let you help beat someone like Kokubile. Still, I suppose we can lend you our help. What? It's bad enough we're talking to Issei-kun and his friends, but we'll accept. Zenobia wiped the corner of her lips as she finished her food. Irina, this mission, though God is with us, Kokubile is no easy foe. Still, I understand. At least with Issei, we're borrowing the dragon's power. You're just a devil, aren't you? Half, he responded. But if you're still worrying over that, it's fine. Just think of it as working with the Akatsuki. Irina gaped at the revelation, though Zenobia hid her emotions well. The Akatsuki. Irina whispered, her normally bubbly attitude nowhere to be found. So you're a part of that organization. If so, maybe. Issei squinted. What's so good about this bastard? I'm surprised your king hasn't told you about this, but listen up, Issei-kun, Irina spoke up. A couple of years ago, a mysterious group came out of nowhere. They proclaimed neutrality and took missions from all 3 factions, completing them without fail. As long as the intentions are somewhat moral, they'll take on any request. This group, they called themselves the Akatsuki. That's us. Leon chimed in for the first time. As she said, we'll do practically anything as long as it's not, I don't know, killing babies. Genocide. That kind of stuff. We do have a pretty high price, but we get things done. The point is, this group slew some pretty strong entities, Irina said. I've heard that they fought 8-winged fallen, monsters from other pantheons, they're widespread. If Akatsuki is working with us, this mission will have a larger chance of succeeding. Zenobia finished. Still, she looked at the still-standing trio warily. Kokubile is different from anything you've faced. He's a cadre-level threat for A. Of course, he's not someone we'll underestimate. Naruto stated. And don't forget Estarossa. He's another 10-winged fallen, just like Kokubile. Another, Issei gulped. Akame nodded. He's plotting alongside Kokubile. His intentions might not be to start a war, but he's looking to kill devils. She looked towards Naruto. I'll protect him. One might be too much for you to handle, never mind two, Naruto said. So do we have an agreement? DxD. Ho. Devils are swarming this city now. Kokobile had his wings unfurled in all its terrible glory. Valpyr, are the subjects ready to be released? His sick smile sent shivers down the portly priest. Yes, he bowed. It's not my proudest project, but it's a supply of soldiers to fight in the name of God. Soon, Kokobile stood up and looked out to the sky. With the backing of your research and my might, we will introduce carnage to this world once more. He cackled and held his forehead once the maniacal laughter died down. How will they react, I wonder? What do you think of all this, brother? A handsome man with long, silvery hair closed his eyes and folded his muscular arms. How far you've fallen, Kokobile. To bring war upon the very ground our father has created, what a despicable man you turned out. Don't you compare me to those insignificant bugs. Kokobile slammed his fist into the wall beside him. I am so much more than those meat bags, don't push me any further, brother. Are you with me or not? The fallen sighed. For now, I shall spare you, for you are more useful alive than dead. Besides, slaying one of my brethren is not something I look forward to. The devils, the scum of the lowest of the low, the disease plaguing our beautiful world, the blot on our father's creation. They will know the blessing of the executioner. Kokobile, Rias mused while tapping her chin. Are you sure this is the case? She stared into Naruto's eyes with her hands on her hips. Sure, she promised to turn her relationship with Naruto around for the better and she could sympathize with his upbringing, but Rias couldn't help but feel slightly miffed at the unexpected intrusion on her land. Naruto nodded. There's no doubting his presence in Kyoto town. I have it on good authority that he's with Estarossa, another ten-winged fallen. His eyes wandered to her side, noting the poorly concealed anger from Akeno. Look, Kokobile is already a handful on his own. I don't see the entirety of your peerage beating him, even with the church helping you. Rias bristled at the implied comment on her incompetence. Are you saying I can't solve my problems by myself? This is Bucho. Akeno interrupted. Naruto is right, we couldn't even beat Riser and his peerage. I don't like saying this any more than you do, but we can't beat him at our current level. Seeing her friend's downcast expression softened her. Bucho, I'm not saying you're bad at your job, it's Kokobile. That's right, Bucho. Issei cheered. I don't know anything about this Kokobile and I'm not the strongest here, but I do know you're the best king I've ever had. I'd choose you over that bastard any day. He snarled, glaring enviously at Naruto. You think so? Rias murmured, lifting her head and gazing at Issei. I know so. Issei pumped his fist. And who cares about strength when you have Ophis? Naruto's sweat dropped, as did the rest of his peerage. What a one-track mind, still, he's pretty good at lifting spirits and changing the mood. He cracked a smile, watching Rias blush a furious red at Issei's lewd comment. What's wrong with him, Xenovia? Irina put her hand over her mouth, fearfully inching away from the tainted Longinus wielder in front of them. Did God? No, God makes no mistakes. It must be his transformation into a devil. Naruto couldn't help but smirk at the comments from the church representatives. Still, he had a job to do and thus, cleared his throat. As touching as this moment is, we still have a psychopath running around the city. Then what do you propose, Naruto-san? Kiba butted in, eyes narrowed and fists clenched. Naruto internally groaned at the boy's killing intent. Kiba would most likely prove to be a liability than a benefit in the upcoming fights. Even if Issei had managed to calm him down, for the time being, Naruto could sense his contained emotions that threatened to slip out. Kokobile is the one that has to come to us, no? Naruto rhetorically asked. He's the one looking to start a war and to do that, he needs us, or rather, he needs Rias and the Excalibur wielders. At the mention of the holy sword, Kiba bit his lip hard, drawing blood in his untamed fury. So this is what I propose. We choose one place in Kyoto town and we fortify it. We set up traps and secure all entrances. Once he comes to us, we'll be prepared and we'll kill him. Simple as that. This is our plan. Rias blinked. Simple but it'll work. Naruto shrugged. We'll have the home advantage and we'll capitalize on that. Akatsuki hasn't failed a mission yet, and we won't fail one now. We'll kill him and Estarossa. He promised. Anything else? I'm not the only one that owns this land, brother. Rias tasted the word in her mouth, finding the familial term strange but not bad. Sona Citri is a co-owner of Kyoto town. I'm assuming she'll partake in our plan as well. You assume correctly. Naruto straightened up. She has a peerage too, so they'll be of help as well. Again, we're going up against biblical figures. We'll take any help we can get. He folded his hands. I'm not so arrogant as to refuse help when it's offered. Besides, it'll give me another opportunity to scout out the competition. After all, Sona is going to be joining the Young Devils gathering as well. Right. Rias nervously tapped a finger. I'll tell Sona about this situation. And is it okay if we use Kyoto Academy as our fortress? But Bucho, Issei burst out. That's our school, isn't it? Why? Issei, she said patiently. I understand and I'll admit, it's not something I want to do. But think, Issei, what other place do we have? It'd be much easier if we stayed here, in Kyoto town. After all, if we start moving to another country or even a city, Kokubile and his army have a chance to intercept us while we're moving. We'll be vulnerable with no terrain advantage. Rias sighed, her crimson hair bouncing in the air. At least in Kyoto Academy, we can minimize casualties and have home advantage. We'll be familiar with the location so it'll be even better for us. I don't like it any more than you do, but... Naruto silently whistled. His sister, while lacking in firepower, wasn't a pushover. As of this moment, the movement would be risky, as Kokubile and Estarossa, being 10-winged fallen, could catch up and attack them with ease. If they were confined to Kyoto town, there was no better place than Kyoto Academy for their battlefield. Not bad, Rias, a little training and you'll prove to be a worthwhile king. So it's decided then, Tawa spoke up, leaning on the wall. But remember this, all of you. His stony gaze swept through the room. Kokubile is going to die by my hands. I know I can't beat him by myself so I won't refuse help, but I'm going to be the one killing him. That's fine with us, Zenobia said, as long as we get the holy swords back. All right. Naruto stood up smiling. There was no denying his excitement for the upcoming fight. Of course, with every fight came the chance of dying in combat. But if he was undying, immortal, where would be the fun in that? Let's get started. Nice to meetcha. Naruto waved his hand lazily. Sona's eyebrow twitched. This was the threat that wiped the floor with Riser. The infamous Firebolt, the leader of Akatsuki, the one deemed as a worthy foe by the strongest youth. No, it was essential to look underneath the veneer of laziness he constructed. Though his lax behavior would throw people off, there was no doubt in her mind that it was intentional. Sona could practically smell the power drifting off of him. He had no special bloodline, but his reserves were abnormally large for one his age. She bowed her head. It's nice to meet you all. Come on, Captain, Tawa grumbled. Let's get on with it. We're Akatsuki, here to solve your problems and kill 2 crows. Good. Without bothering to introduce himself properly, he walked away to the school, ignoring a death glare from a certain pawn. Naruto's sweat dropped. Ah, that's Tawa, he's usually a bit more friendly but he has some history with Kokubile. I'm sorry if you took any offense to that. Please don't bother with such trivialities. Sona refused to even blink at such rudeness. I can understand why he's so bothered about this whole situation if he has personal problems with the mastermind himself. Nevertheless, I hope we can all get along. Naruto nodded. Yeah, the circumstances are pretty bad, to say the least. Sona pushed her glasses up her face. So I've heard. 2 10-winged fallen angels are certainly out of our league. As the mouse is currently not here by your side, I assume you have a plan of sorts. The redhead shrugged. If you could call it that. I mean, we've decided that Kyoto Academy was going to be our battlefield so we could have home advantage, but other than that. She sighed. I see, how troublesome, but it can't be helped. She straightened her back, a feat Naruto thought impossible, considering how straight it was from the start. We'll have to contain the damage, so my peerage and I will erect a barrier around the school to prevent any attacks leaking out and killing any humans. Assuming you can incapacitate Kokubile, what will you do? Excuse me. Will you kill him? Sona clarified. If I'm not mistaken, Kokubile is a high-ranking member of the Gremory. Though slaying him will prove to be easier, there is the possibility of political repercussions arising, especially with the tensions. We have that covered. Akame suddenly spoke up. Naruto has gotten permission from Azazel himself to kill the fallen. Sona blinked, putting that information at the back of her head. I see. Well, I'll have Saji introduce you to the school for now. Issei looked to the darkening sky, its clashing colors of reddish pink and purple spreading through the clouds. He stayed there, sitting on the school roof by himself. Instead of fantasizing about the feeling of Buku's breasts or her body in general, he sat there with his face propped up with his hands. Suddenly, the metal door flung open and Issei flinched, quickly turning around and manifesting his sacred gear. Whose? His question died down his throat as his eyes fell upon a familiar blonde. Meliodas-sama, Issei tentatively asked before sitting back down, still wondering why the similarly perverted blonde was here. Yo! Meliodas waved a hand and plopped right next to the rooftop edge. His legs dangled precariously while the devil joined Issei in his cloud watching. So, Meliodas ventured, twisting his head so he could get a better view of the brown-haired pervert. What's wrong? There's no need to lie, Issei. Meliodas's green eyes brimmed with concern. Something's troubling you and it's always better to talk to someone about it. His legs stopped their movements, stilling and hitting against the stone ledge. You're worried about the battle ahead, aren't you? Yeah, Issei slumped over, his dragon gauntlet vanishing from sight as his sense of danger and shock died down. It's the first time lives are gonna be in danger. At least in that stupid raiding game, no one would die. But now, it's all so serious, Meliodas suggested. I don't know. Issei admitted. It's more like, it's bringing me back to reality, I guess. Bucho, his eyes lit up as he began leering at his imagined version of Rias. It didn't last for very long as Issei was quickly reminded of the current situation. Bucho has been so nice and sure, we've killed a couple of stray devils, but this is different. Bucho and the others looked so confident but now. Issei shook his head. They all look so scared, even if they try to hide it. I'm scared too, I just want to be the strongest pawn for Bucho, but I couldn't even beat Riser for her. And now we're going up against a 10-winged fallen. He laughed mirthlessly. I know I'm not very smart but even to me, it sounds pretty bad. Meliodas didn't speak, just continuing to look into the distance. Finally, he spoke. Issei, do you remember what I told you a while back? Hearing nothing in return, he continued. It doesn't matter how much strength you have. If you're lacking in the heart, you'll never win. Did you understand what I was saying back then? Issei scratched his head. You said Ophis was wrong, right? Meliodas laughed. Yeah, it's a shame but sometimes, Ophis just isn't enough. And before you start protesting, just listen. Upon seeing Issei's rapidly reddening face and tensing legs, he quickly added that last part of the sentence. Partner, you should hear him out. Didraig rumbled from his confines of the sacred gear. I think this is pretty important too. Issei slackened his muscles, releasing all tension from his legs. He crossed his arms. Alright, still, this is sounding pretty weird already. You can't eat without boobs, you can't work without boobs. Hell, we men can't live without boobs. Issei, Meliodas chuckled. You've right. Before Issei had the chance to celebrate and before Didraig collapsed out of shock, he added, for the most part. I'm not denying boobs at all. I mean, feeling their squishiness and their elasticity, oh, and don't ever forget that feeling when you stuff your face right between those two beautiful orbs. Issei drooled slightly at the descriptions and nodded vehemently in agreement. But Issei, ask yourself this, is that truly what you're fighting for? Issei tilted his head in confusion. Issei, if you're so desperate for Ophis, you could have taken advantage of that nun, no? Meliodas asked. Issei bristled at the audacious question. Wah what? There's no way I'd corrupt. And there you go. Meliodas finished. Understand this, Issei. Devils are creatures of temptation. They take what they want and even if you're just a reincarnated devil, these feelings should still be lingering around. And yet, you're shoving them away to protect this girl. Why not just take advantage of her? What d'ya mean why? Issei pointed his finger to Meliodas. Asia is way too pure and kind. There's no way on earth I'd just take advantage of her. Sure, she's really pretty and rocks that petite body, but she's my friend, she's the first. His fiery outburst slowly began to sputter out in favor of forlornness. She's the first girl that just ignored my pervertedness, even when she could have stayed with Akeno-san, she chose to live with me. Me. That's why. His breathing steadied and Meliodas faintly smiled. Issei, Meliodas patted him on the shoulder after standing up. You should understand by now, what exactly you're fighting for. As long as you never lose sight of this, you won't lose. The door clanged as it shut inwards, signaling Meliodas's exit. Issei stood there, taking in a deep breath as the winds began to pick up. The sun began to set even further, slowly fading away. Partner. I'm fine, Ddraig. Issei clenched his hand. I think I know what I'm fighting for, thank you, Meliodas. Familiars. Naruto nodded. It's the safest way for us to scout out the dangers. If there's some kind of disturbance out there, our familiars will just sense it and we'll check it out. Rias nodded slowly. Yeah, you're right. Silently, she cursed herself for not suggesting it. Honestly, it was such an easy solution that avoided endangering themselves and prevented ambushes. It was no wonder. Rias. Yeah, she looked up, meeting her brother's blue eyes. Naruto sighed. Calm down, we have a lot of things to worry about, so don't beat yourself up for a simple oversight. It happens to the best of us. He sat down, one knee propped up and his arm perched lazily over it. Just relax. Rias' sweat dropped. Relax? How can you relax while knowing there are two psychopaths out there? And it's my city too. Nevertheless, she sat down next to him, her back leaning against the wall. Naruto raised an eyebrow as if to ask what she was going to say. Never mind. Rias shook her head and closed her eyes, summoning her bat-like familiar to her side. Drawing upon her power, she pulled, warping a pudgy, winged face from the very air. Komori, she whispered, lightly scratching the now purring bat after pulling her onto her lap. Naruto raised an eyebrow. She's more of a cat than a bat, he sighed. Send her out so we can start the scouting. The sooner we have eyes around this school, the more fortified it'll be. I already have Akatsuki setting up traps and whatnot, so don't worry too much about that. Understood. Rias nodded, lifting her hand as if to prompt her familiar into taking flight. Nodding its head, the bat flapped its wings and disappeared into the fading light. She turned to Naruto. Naruto, is it okay if we can talk together? After this whole situation dies down. I know I made a promise, but I've been focused on other issues. It was already bad enough having her brother rescue her from Riser, but the sheer magnitude of his power was worrying, especially for one whose ambitions lied in the raiding games. It took every bit of her attention to make sure Issei stuck to her regime instead of drifting to his perverted fantasies. Yeah, that's fine, Naruto said, smirking. Already, he could tell why. If he was Rias, a girl who had been given everything by her family, it would certainly irk him, to the point where he would take action, that his long-lost sibling rescued her after thoroughly scrubbing Riser out of his arrogance. I'm sure we can find a time and place. For now, he glanced out the window. Let's focus on surviving. Rias smiled. All right. Naruto pounded the table with one fist. Are we all here? He looked around the room, noting his peerage and the other devils. Good, I think we're all here, so let's quickly draw straws or whatever so some of us can go to bed. Draw straws. Issei scratched his head. For what? For keeping watch, you dimwit. Leon rolled his eyes. Geez, you aren't that smart, are you? We can have the familiars scout the area, but we can't just leave them be. It's way safer for at least a couple of us to be on guard. Issei widened his eyes. Oh, I think I understand. He narrowed his eyes. Wait, what did you just call me now? I'll have you know. Quiet, Esdeath commanded, sneering at the undisciplined crew before her. It was a miracle that their kings had ruled without interruption for so long. With such a weak, untrained peerage, she shivered at the prospect of being revived by Sona or Rias. We don't have any time for your squabbling. Shut up. She turned to Naruto expectantly. The redhead nodded in thanks, Esdeath barely exhaling in reply. I'll lead one group for tonight in case Kokobile tries anything. If needed, we'll sleep during the day to regain our strength and we'll switch out with another group." He sighed. There was no denying the importance of the barrier team, as the battle between them and the Fallen would most definitely be a destructive one. Though killing Kokobile was their mission, they had to prioritize the lives of the innocents. He just wasn't cold enough to brush aside the residents nearby. Akame, the raven-haired girl's head shot up immediately, honing in on her king's next words. "You'll be with me and Kiba for tonight." There was no questioning Akame's strength, and her sacred gear, though lacking in pure power, could be devastating when used right. Rias's night was not preferable, but it was essential to have the rest of Akatsuki stationed with Rias and Sona. Besides, Issei was much better off providing support for the others, as Naruto was confident that he could hold his own. The church representatives. The less said about them, the better. Not only did Naruto not trust them, but they were also eccentric, to say the least. "I want to come too," Rias declared firmly, standing straight and unyielding. Though Akeno rose to counter her plea, the king shook her head. "I can fight too, so don't just leave me out of this." "That's foolish," Naruto countered brusquely. "Kokobile wants to kill you, and there's no better way to do that when you're only with me and two others." He pointed to his bishop. "Akame can hold Kokobile off for a short time and I'll be busy with Estarossa, so there's no guaranteeing." "I don't care," Rias said stubbornly. "I'm strong in my own right, so don't just dismiss me." "Bucho," Akeno burst out. "Don't do this. There's no need to go with them, so stop thinking you have something to prove." "Don't you?" "I don't have to prove anything, Akeno." She huffed irritatingly. "I know I can be of some use out there. My powers of destruction are enough to deal with anything below Kokobile, so there's no need." "There's more of them, Rias," Akeno argued, using her king's name to signify the seriousness of the situation. "Kokobile isn't the only Fallen that's out there. This Estarossa is out there trying to kill us too." Issei hurriedly nodded in agreement, as the normally seductive queen turned her gaze to him. Rias refused to give in, however, as her queen's words fell on deaf ears. Despite her earlier words, she was more than determined to show everyone, including herself, what she was capable of. She shook her head and walked towards the door, placing herself close to the exit while drawing horrified looks from her peerage. "Sirzechs is totally going to kill me if you die, you know," he mumbled. "Fine," Naruto admitted. There were times where he knew he could convince someone to do or not to do something, but there was no stopping his sister on this foolish path of hers. "But if that's the case, Leon is gonna come with us." "Huh. That's right." Naruto smiled. "We need one more person to help us out and you just so happen to be that someone." "Whoa whoa whoa," Leon spread his hands out in a peaceful gesture. "Let's all calm down here, you especially, boss. Why not send someone like Esdeath or Meliodas? They're way stronger than me. Or why not Tawa, since he's got that I have to kill him boner for Kokobile. I'm not trying to lose my sleep," he protested. Naruto shook his head. "I want them here to protect others. Besides, I made a promise to Tawa and I never go back on my word, so he doesn't have to worry about that. Out of all of us here, you're the best at trapping and delaying, so the off chance that Kokobile attacks us tonight, you can stall for time while the others get here." "But," Meliodas slapped the black-haired boy on the back. Loudly. "Come on. It's not like you're losing a ton of sleep. Just recover your hours tomorrow." "That's not how it works," he wailed, before clamming up instantly at the dark glare sent over by Akame, not to mention the slight hostility emitting from Esdeath that threatened to evolve into killing intent. Leon gulped, making sure his crocodile tears had disappeared by now. I mean, I'm fine with this. Let's go, boss. That's the spirit. If that's all, we'll head out, so the rest of you make sure to get some sleep." As Rias and the other three began to head out, Naruto did the same, only to be stopped by Akeno. "Akeno?" he asked in surprise, though he anticipated her response to be centered around her king. "Please," she couldn't meet Naruto's eyes but she grabbed onto his arm just before he departed. "Please protect Bucho. Don't let Rias die." Though Naruto couldn't see her face that well, he knew enough from her tone. Naruto smiled, gently removing her arm and patting her shoulder. "Don't worry, she'll be back safe and sound. That, I can promise you." Thank you, Akeno whispered. Tilda oh tilde. It's pretty quiet out here, huh? Leon nudged his partner for the day. Unfortunately for him, he had drawn the short end of the stick, as Akame had heavily insisted on tagging along with Naruto, which meant that Rias would accompany the two, seeing how Naruto was the powerhouse of Akatsuki. Which left him with the moody pretty boy. Kiba remained unresponsive to the poor attempt at small talk. Instead, he focused on searching for possible opponents, sweeping his vision back and forth in an attempt to spot anything. In his right hand was a large broadsword, jam-packed with condensed demonic power. The princely knight seemed to struggle with such a heavy blade, as his thin limbs were much more suited for speed. Leon slapped his forehead. Of course, it had to be him that had to deal with shit like this. It made so much more sense to just send Tawa out here, seeing that the artificial Phoenix had business with Kokobile. The boss was doing this on purpose. That he could swear on. Leon swore in his head, condemning every entity that had been worshipped in the past. Not only was he losing his sleep, but he also wasn't even having fun. There were no enemies to hack at, no friends to converse with. He swiveled his head, catching an unusual noise amid the conventional noises of nature. Leon grinned. Heard that, pretty boy. Kiba nodded, sweating bullets as he heaved his sword into position, emitting killing intent all the while. Who's there? He shouted angrily, struggling to slide into his fighting position. In response, several figures emerged, their features deformed and filled with malice, but power leaking from their bodies and filling the air with its corrosiveness. Their eyes were devoid of any emotion, instead, burning with fire only a Phoenix could hope to match. Leon narrowed his eyes. He had gotten what he had asked for, but there was something off, no matter. He shook his head and readied his magic. Tilda oh tilde. Naruto barely paid attention to his surroundings, an action that would, in all likelihood, cost him his life if they were in a real battle. Usually, his eyes would flicker across every nook and cranny of the battlefield, taking in notable features that could potentially turn the tide of a fight. But as crickets chirped from a distance, Naruto pondered about Rias. What was it that drove her to act like this? Was her pride more important than her life? He shook his head, sighing all the while. What a foolish sister he had to deal with. Still, he would make sure to keep her safe. There was no telling what Sirzechs would do if he was indirectly responsible for her death. Naruto. Akame glanced to the side, readying her katana. The king nodded, stopping Rias in her tracks. We'll take the fight to them. Akame. Right. In an instant, Naruto sped from his position, ruffling the leaves and grass planted all around him. Starry twigs and clumps of dirt softly flew in the air from the exertion of his physical prowess. Akame did the same, vanishing from sight as she blended with the shadows of night. A flash of silver was all Rias could see, as an arm, from who knows what, fell on the floor with a splat, splattering the green grass with its crimson blood. She clenched her fist, her eyes barely keeping up with the movements of her brother. Once more, she saw how different they were in power. Rias spotted a lumbering figure in the dark, deciding to vent out her frustration on it. Don't look down on me. Slightly enraged, Rias released a beam of her powers, vaporizing the top half of what seemed to once be a human. She huffed, only slightly satisfied with her action. On the other hand, Naruto faced two figures, compared to Rias's one. He easily sidestepped, grabbing a forearm and practically ripping it from the socket. These guys, they feel like humans, but at the same time, are they devils? He kicked the body down, ruthlessly stomping on the skull, sending flecks of brain matter and blood everywhere. Without even a glance, he raised his palm, sending a condensed sphere of fire into another foe. To his surprise, the fallen enemy before his feet and the one he just blasted with flames began to regenerate slowly, regrowing lost body parts. Naruto widened his eyes. That's it. Taking more of his power, he circulated lightning around his fist, sparks dancing wildly, and illuminating the dark. Naruto clenched it and spikes made of pure voltage sprouted, protruding dangerously in every direction. This energy, it's just like Tawa. This must be Valper's doing. With a single swipe, he shredded the two bodies into minuscule pieces of flesh. The lightning sliced into the bodies easily, rending their skin, blood, and bones to vaporized flecks of ash. Akame, too, seemed to figure out what exactly their enemies were. Though she was a bishop, her fighting style was elegant and enraptured their foes, dazzling them with her graceful movements before slicing them to bits. There was no contest between the red-eyed killer and the experiments Kokubile had unleashed upon them. It was then that disaster struck. Naruto turned to Rias, widening his eyes at the rising figure behind her. Rias. He rocketed through the air, sending waves of wind whipping throughout the area. Naruto nearly failed to make it in time, catching the fist of flame and punching the figure down. "You okay?" he asked. Rias nodded shakily. She gulped. "I thought I killed it." "They're not your average devil, or human, or whatever," Naruto kicked at the dirt. "They're all humans imbued with the power of the Phoenix. That's why they're able to regenerate from mortal wounds, though it's to a lesser degree compared to the genuine article." Rias quivered on the spot. I killed a human." She looked down on her hands, shaking at the realization. "That's right, she's only killed stray devils so far." Naruto sheathed his sword and patted her back comfortingly. "It's fine, Rias. They were trying to kill you, so it's only natural you fought back. If you want to blame someone, blame Valpier. But right now, we can't afford to waste time. If we've been attacked, it's more than likely that the others had been too. It's best to regroup and make sure there's nothing else." Rias nodded, trying her best to steel her nerves. "Let's go. Tilde. Leon gritted his teeth as swarm after swarms of modified humans surrounded them, hacking furiously at his limbs and crowding them with rings of fire. By his side, Kiba had spawned several swords, piercing the bodies with vigor. Still, it wasn't enough to hold them back for long, as their sheer numbers began to overwhelm them. "I might have to use that," Leon mumbled, letting loose several arrows into the chest of another human. Flicking his wrist, Leon manipulated his strongest element, rotating the rings of water to slice through several bodies before shaping them into devastatingly sharp spikes. "Ask and you shall receive, As the spikes pierced more and more of the enemy, Leon pulled on the string of his bow, summoning 4 large arrows, that looked more like spears, between his knuckles. Concentrating on his powers, he let them loose into the sky, the watery bolts reaching the apex before separating into different directions. "This better be all of them," he muttered, glancing at Kiba before focusing on his task. "After this, I'll have to use that." The thin, spear-like arrows quickly split into countless projectiles, raining upon the enemy with all its hellish fury, slicing into limbs, tendons, and pinning them to the ground, where the arrows eventually melted away. The black-haired pawn gasped in exertion, sweat dripping down the side of his face. That's not good." He wheezed, holding out his hand for support, using Kiba's shoulder as such. "So many," Kiba murmured, looking at the numerous bodies of the fallen. He sneaked a peek at Leon out of the corner of his eye, simultaneously admiring the high-level techniques and cursing himself for not having the same strength. Was that the last of them? As if on cue, at least 30 more of the modified humans appeared in the distance, breathing heavily and dragging their feet on the ground. Leon groaned, slapping his forehead. "Gimme a break. And how the hell are they just appearing on our front lawn? What kind of bullshit is this?" Kiba gave no response, having used up all of his demonic energy just a moment ago. "Well," Leon clasped his hands together. "We can either run or stay and fight. I'm leaning towards running. You." "There's no need for that." A familiar voice called down to them, prompting Leon to sigh in relief. A second later, Naruto, Akame, and Rias arrived at their side. "Oh, man, I totally thought we were goners." Leon collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. "I can go to sleep now, right, boss?" The only verbal response he received was in the form of an uttering. 2 words that struck fear into Akame and Leon, and 2 words that for some inexplicable reason, sent shivers down the spines of Rias and Kiba. Even the emotionally dead humans in the front felt the flickering of their base instinct screaming at them to turn their tails and run in the opposite direction. 4. Silent Reaper. A simple black staff appeared in Naruto's hand, followed by a curved, tempered metal protruding from the top, now characterizing the weapon as a scythe. The sheer size of the weapon made it awkward to use, as the staff itself was much taller than Naruto, with the crescent-shaped blade nearly surrounding Naruto's front. A strong ringing resonated through the air as Naruto held the scythe with one hand. A sound that could best be described as the foghorn of Heimdall, signaling the start of Ragnarok. A sound that was best associated with reapers, Shinigami, hellhounds, all creatures associated with death. I don't know if you can go to sleep just yet, Naruto grinned, baring his teeth in amusement. Akame, Leon, you know the drill. Bucho, Kiba nervously gripped onto his sword, beads of sweat flowing down his princely face. That scythe is bad news. The redhead could only gulp in agreement, for once in her life, unable to formulate what to say. In her entire life, she had dreamed of winning countless rating games and eventually toppling D-House or Belial as the finale, firmly establishing her as the champion. Now, standing before her brother with the knowledge of facing him in his peerage, her ambition was crushed, drowned before the sheer power exuding from Naruto. What are you two idiots doing? Leon grabbed Kiba by the arm and Akame did the same with Rias. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? You're just getting in the way right now. Move it. The four devils hurriedly retreated, Rias and Kiba allowing them to drag them to a safe distance, as their unresponsive bodies moved sluggishly. Several meters away, they observed the fight that was about to occur. Only, it wasn't going to be a fight. It would be a massacre. Extending his right arm as far back as his devil body allowed him to, Naruto then used his hard-earned strength to then swipe his scythe horizontally. The silver blade protruding sideways from the gleaming staff easily bisected the numerous Inhumans, slicing right through their bodies, ending their lives instantly. It was a massacre, blood, guts, and entrails flying and landing everywhere except for Naruto. Instead of regenerating, the fake Phoenixes remained dead, their power having been sucked up by the hungry abyss in the form of Naruto's scythe. The backlash from the single move was devastating, tornado-like winds swirled around him, twisting and arching all the way to the very moon before finally sputtering out in power and dissipating back on the ground. Will Eater. Akin to a grim reaper escorting the damned souls to hell, Naruto stepped forward, his scythe still in his hand. Rias did her best to inch away from the weapon, as she felt her emotions, ambitions, and will to keep fighting, dreaming, and hoping, all weakening in the near vicinity of the sacred gear. What kind of weapon is that? In a poof, the scythe vanished and with it, all negative emotions Rias ever experienced disappeared. It's a shame, ya know. The masked Naruto raked his fingers through his crimson locks. I don't have too many attacks with the scythe, but that's one of them. I hate it when he rolls that weapon. Leon hissed, looking away from his leader, being reminded why Naruto was the strongest of them all. Akame could only nod in agreement, equally impressed at such strength. Tilda. Kokabeel shot to his feet. Did you feel that, brother? With that kind of power, maybe I'll be entertained tonight. Silence. Brother. There was no response, for Estarossa was no longer there. Tilda. How is he so strong? Rias thought to herself, watching her brother banter with his fellow Akatsuki members. We're around the same age, so how is it possible that there's such a large gap between us? She involuntarily shivered, recalling the aura his scythe gave off, moments before. Even though she was a distance, one Leon deemed as safe away, Rias was ready to bolt at any second. And all those humans, she clenched her fist at the reminder of having killed an innocent. Rias looked away, unable to stomach the sight of all the bodies. How could they walk and talk so easily after slaughtering so many? She shook her head again, willing herself to forget the gruesome images. And in a way, it happened. All her thoughts vanished. Her memories were, for the moment, replaced by something much worse. Something much worse. Something that was heading their way. Naruto. Rias screamed, having realized what kind of monster she has seen through the eyes of her familiar. Naruto, fortunately, was one step ahead. Just as he finished rubbing his left eye, why was it so itchy? His finely honed senses had picked up on a powerful, authoritative presence. That's a monster, can I even beat that? He quickly yelled to the others, hurry up and get the hell out of here. Without warning, Naruto was blasted from his stance, the young devil sent tumbling away and rolling against the concrete ground, kicking up large chunks of rock before righting himself by placing his hand in front of him, using the friction of his skin to slow himself before stopping altogether. The redhead's body wasn't the only thing shook, his mind thoroughly quivering before the monstrous strength before him. Not much time must have passed, but with the way he was sent flying, it felt more like a minute. What kind of? Heed that well, for that was but a greeting. Naruto's blood chilled as he somehow heard the voice coming from behind him. Death couldn't sleep. No matter what she thought of or pictured in her head, sleep would not come to her. She closed her eyes, but her brain remained active, formulating hypothetical situations after another. So when she picked up on two presences in the vicinity, she smiled at the ceiling, her mouth curling into a bloodthirsty grin. "Wake up," she barked. It was the only warning she would give to the others. While her fellow peerage members woke up efficiently, the same could not be said for the others. Kaneko, Issei, and Asia all struggled, groggily rousing themselves at the sound of Death's harsh command. Zenobia and Irina were quicker about it, though not at the pace Death would like. She sighed, closing her delicate blue lashes. Instead of waiting for the others, she nodded at Tawa and summoned her rapier to her side, slamming the door to the side, smashing a window open, and opening her devil wings. "Kokobile," she roared with delight. "Come out, you fallen coward. Come face me in combat so I can see your pitiful face as you kneel before me." Death smirked, knowing that the cadre-level threat's pride would not allow him to back away from such a direct challenge. Sure enough, in all his terrible glory, Kokobile descended from the sky, mimicking his great fall from heaven. His black wings were unfurled, blotting out the shine of the moon. He scowled, irked at such blatant disrespect from a devil he considered nothing more than a bug. "What bravado, devil!" Kokobile slowly mock-clapped, shaking his head all the while. "Let's see if you can back all this talk against the Angel of the Stars." "He's right," Death admitted mentally. "A biblical figure is not someone to be taken lightly, no matter how arrogant. Still, if I can cut his skin, I can surely kill him." She clasped her hands and drew out her powers, forming chunks of ice from nothing, and with a flick of her wrist, sent them flying towards the fallen. It was futile, however, as Kokobile simply created light projectiles of his own, intercepting the chunks and piercing them, forcing Death to twirl between the spears. "Is that all you can do?" he sneered. "At this point, you'll be no more than just a warm-up for the fights to come. I had hoped you would at least somewhat match that influx of power from earlier, but it seems as if I'll have to correct myself." Kokobile scoffed. "I'll have my dogs take care of you instead." Death fumed at the unintentional comparison between her and Naruto. She wasn't just the run-of-the-mill devil. She was Death Partas, wielder of absolute demise and queen of Naruto. There was no way in heaven, earth, or hell, she was going to take this lying down. So as two hounds of hell emerged, Death gritted her teeth. She clenched her palm into a fist, encasing the two within ice, barely giving them room to breathe in the prison. "I'll have you begging on your knees by the end of this fight." She grinned viciously, sweeping one arm and prompting the ice walls to suddenly close in on the dogs. There was no time for any sound of pain, whimper, or roar. The hounds died as soon as they arrived, getting compressed into pure bloody liquid as the walls refused to budge an inch against their strength. The once transparent confines were caked with crimson, streaking the walls with the remains of Cerberus. Kokobile raised his hand to his chin, stroking it in amusement. "Ho! It seems this won't be as dull after all. Let's see, then, counter this." Swiping his arm, Kokobile brought down his fury, a blast of light energy that lit up the entire school's surroundings. The projectile he was controlling could no longer be classified as a spear, as its size outclassed it by far. Death's eyes lit up with joy, finally finding an opponent she didn't have to hold back against. In response, she threw up thick walls, slowing down the momentum of Kokobile's beam of tainted light, before forcing it to vanish altogether. "He's keeping me on the defensive so easily." With a click of her fingers, thousands of icicles formed, bobbing the air and waiting to be unleashed. Another click and they whizzed and sang through the air, the sheer number nearly covering Kokobile's figure. "Don't think such a trivial attack will take me down." His crow-like wings, primarily used to fly, lashed out furiously against the icicles, accurately and efficiently shattering them before they had the chance to even land a cut. "Come then, let me have some more fun before Sirzechs." "Ha!" A breath of pure heat washed over Kokobile, the fallen scowling at the interruption. Several fireballs hurtled towards him, but it was nowhere close to the level of attack needed to kill him. "Another pesky bug joins the fight." Kokubile shook his head, swiping through the fire easily, dissipating them. Tao's entire body was shrouded in a veritable inferno. No further words needed to be said to express his anger. Trails of flame shrouded his devil wings, his look mimicking that of a phoenix's. Of course he would, Esdeath scoffed at herself internally. Tao was an artificial phoenix. Shaking her head one last time, she pulled on her reserves, letting the frigid wind swirl all around her. Death is all that awaits you. DxD. Heed that well, for that was but a greeting. Naruto's blood chilled as he somehow heard the voice coming from behind him. He barely had time to spin and put up his lightning-covered blade to guard himself as a Herculean slash nearly fragmented his blade into minuscule pieces. Working with feverish haste, Naruto poured more energy into his sword, as his electricity enhancement was the only thing preventing such a catastrophe. Damn it, I don't want to reveal more of my sacred gear, but I'd rather give up information than my life. The redhead went through a practiced motion, summoning his circles, flooding his body with lightning and harnessing it easily. It barely took any time, his outwards transition going off without a hitch. This doesn't negate his strength though. I can react to his attacks a lot better, but God's speed doesn't augment my strength. Still, with that in mind, Naruto smiled slightly, now able to pinpoint the attacks clearer, reacting with greater precision and using the slightest bit of momentum to deflect each powerful strike from his body. As the new, 10-winged angel swung sideways with his sword of tainted light, Naruto ducked and counterattacked, trying to slam his fist into the exposed chest. However, the fallen seemed to predict such a move, shifting one hand from his handle down to his middle area, firmly clasping his hand and using the grasped appendage to swing Naruto into the shattered gymnasium. The ground continued to splinter before their feet, breaking off into further chunks as Naruto slammed into debris with great force. He merely grunted at the impact, having grown used to such sensations. His, quite literally, inhuman body had taken innumerable beatings throughout the years, so it wasn't his biggest concern. This guy, Naruto held out his hand, summoning Alpha to his side in a flash. "Ah, Naruto-sama, planning to make your debut. Not now, Alpha. And didn't I use you already against Riser?" Naruto gritted his teeth, leaping from his downed position, avoiding the thunderous strike that shattered the already broken shambles into dust. "Hurry up and roll for me, would ya?" Lighting Beast's chase. Clasping his hands together and pointing them at the fallen, Naruto pushed his magic into the crests. His electrical attack erupted from several circles, the tracking wolves pouncing upon the fallen's figure before bursting into a brilliant blue. Only, the attack had been unable to do major damage. The angel was only slightly burnt, steam rising from his shoulders. "I know he's strong, but to take that little damage, I guess I'll have to up my game as well." Naruto rolled his shoulders. Why are you even doing this in the first place? With each passing second, Naruto's frustration rose in tandem. His sacred gear always took a while to appear, so it was best for him to stall in the meantime. There is no greater justice than freeing the souls trapped in your cells of filth. The fallen tilted his head, looking at Naruto with no malignant emotions. He truly believes this is the right thing, to view us no greater than animals. A gleaming swirl of luminosity materialized in his stomach, with 7 perfectly straightened broadswords emerging from the shine. "My sacred gear, sacramental. Prepare yourself." 8. Relentless oblivion. Naruto grabbed the obsidian black katana, tossing his other sword to the side, and spreading his feet and relaxing his muscles, relieving all the tension that was once in his body. Sacramental. It must have something to do with the 7 sacraments of the church. The fact that he has 7 swords isn't a coincidence. But it has to be more than just having 7 swords. The remaining 5 swords floated behind his head, bobbing randomly. A fallen of his caliber would never settle on such a sacred gear, could he? No matter, I'll avoid them, just in case. Better safe than sorry. I am Estarossa, the beloved executioner of heaven. Even with my impure wings, I will forever carry out my duties as an angel. He announced, his long silver hair radiating slightly under the moonlight. Your spiritual energy and amount of magic, you are the greatest threat here, so taste my blade. Pray you will be reincarnated as a being other than a repulsive demon, and I may have mercy on you. TCH. Naruto focused a portion of his lightning into his hand, the voltage traveling throughout his sword, using his hand as a vessel for the time being. A thin blue aura covered the sacred gear, the black sword emitting an ominous aura. Even Estarossa was cautious around. Sorry, but I have ambitions and goals to achieve. I won't be dying here. So be it. To the surprise of Naruto, Estarossa threw the sword in his hand, the blade whistling through the air as it threatened to cleave Naruto in half. Once he easily deflected the sword to the side, Estarossa was already upon his back, his other sword ready to pierce him in the right hand of the executioner. Fast, but it was a move he had seen through and anticipated. His jet-black katana intercepted Estarossa's blade in a furious clash of dominance. A symbol on its hilt. There, in the middle of the sword's hilt, lay a shining, melded fragment of gold, shaped in a golden chalice and a piece of bread. It has to represent the sacrament of Eucharist, but what the hell does it do? Not bad, Estarossa commented, kicking Naruto forwards and stretching out his hand. Spear of Salvation. Naruto's eyes widened, having focused solely on the swords. A stupid mistake, but it won't happen again. A bright, thinly condensed beam of light just grazed Naruto's shoulder, the devil managing to move at the last second with help from his finely honed instincts. As he winced in pain, Estarossa looked down on him with further disgust. That attack just now is a power to save the damned souls of the devil faction, painlessly leading them to their death. For you to react with agony must mean you are a hybrid, for if anyone other than a demon is stuck with it, they'll be inflicted with suffering far beyond one's imagination. He shook his head. To blur the line between man and demon is a transgression to God and his creations. Naruto smirked. Might as well, you should watch out for your back, ya know. You never know if someone might be creeping up on you. Estarossa shook his head at the devil's pathetic attempt at distracting him. There are more pressing matters for you. Rasengan. An exact replica of Naruto burst from the ground, his presence perfectly hidden, and attempted to drive the spiraling, dark sphere of pure demonic energy into Estarossa's back. But Estarossa was not known as the executioner for naught. He quickly pivoted, grabbing the clone's arm, only to find the clone itself bursting into pure voltage, the lightning clone sacrificing his short life in a kamikaze attack. With the brief distraction, Naruto made his move. He drove his sword in the direction of Estarossa's chest, but the fallen was barely phased. The swords above his head had moved to form an impenetrable wall, blocking Naruto's stab and jarring his arm. You too, should watch your back. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized that the sword Estarossa had thrown earlier was curving back. Naruto threw himself to the side, avoiding the strike and several more blades stabbing cleanly into the ground. Not enough. Chidori Spear. A 4-foot arc of pure lightning threatened to bore through Estarossa's chest but fell short, the fallen quickly jumping back. 4 feet. That must be your limit. Estarossa mused as the lightning came to a stop and retracted. A wall of light spears shimmered into existence, hailing upon the crimson-haired demon. Now, spiteful saint. Several daggers of light floated into the air before spinning furiously, appearing to others as a mere circle. The snap of his fingers was the initiative, the daggers curving impossibly through the air as they converged upon the still dodging Naruto. Damn it. These spears are a good distraction, covering nearly all of the ground I'm fighting on. And this spiteful saint. Naruto's sword whined in protest as the spinning dagger dug into the metal before it was flung to the side with a mere flick of his wrist. It's certainly powerful, but luckily for me, I don't have to worry about my sword breaking. Dodging, on the other hand, even with Godspeed, it's difficult, due to the sheer numbers. Cuts littered the muscular body of Naruto, his attempts at weaving through the dangers proving to be only slightly successful. A commendable effort by a devil, your instincts are above average. Estarossa's eyes were stony, unwavering, a reflection of his will. Even more chilling was the contrast between the compliments spewing out of his mouth and his icy expression. Clearly, his incredible fighting prowess meant nothing, as his devilish nature nullified any impressive feat. However, 4 of his floating swords seeked for his blood, hounding him through the air before diverging in their direction, sharply turning to the right and left. This battle will soon be over. He snapped his finger, commanding a wall of light spears. No stakes. What the hell? Naruto internally groaned before grinning. That was it. It was just the distraction he needed. Their sheer size was terrifying to the bystanders, the other devils having noticed the massive fluctuation of energy. Disappear. They shot forwards at blistering speeds, slamming into the ground and sending plumes of dust and chunks of rocks. As the dust began to settle, Estarossa mechanically turned his head, peering through with squinted eyes. Did he escape the onslaught? Impossible, there was no route of escape. It would take too long for him to go left, right, or up. The ground has been shattered by the impact, so even if he had been hiding underneath it, the ground besides him erupted once more, and his instincts reacted barely in time. So many times, his body had been beaten and pushed to the brink of exhaustion, so it was only natural for him to defend the attack. Estarossa's eyes widened as he blocked the flying knee with the bottom of his forearm. Just like before, he is capable of making clones and he must have hid them all over the battlefield. His other arm wrenched the clone's arm and promptly twisted it before swinging him to the floor. It disappeared in a puff of smoke, but nothing could have prepared him for another Naruto. The ground melded with Naruto's will, twisting to make way for the red-headed devil. Estarossa did his best to turn around to meet the attack, but he knew it was much too late. Naruto had attacked just as he slammed the clone down, when his body was slightly bent over. A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek as he realized this. There was no time to reverse his decision, and that single mistake would have disastrous effects for him. Naruto slashed down with his sacred gear, slicing through Estarossa's wings and back as if it was paper. The flesh of a battle-hardened fallen offered no resistance against a forever evolving katana. Blood sprayed, painting Naruto's face red. It's over. Now in a better, more stable position, he went for a stab. But the fallen would not go down easily. Just as the sword began its thrusting motion, Estarossa had Kallen back its 4 swords from the sides. I was planning on trapping him with those blades by forcing him into a compromised position. Using the wall of spears, he would move either to the right or left, where my sacred gear would be waiting for him. But that plan is useless now. Naruto slid back and ducked, the twin pairs of blades whistling over his head, nearly cleaving it off. He wasn't out of danger yet. The 2 swords over Estarossa's head suddenly rotated its edge to Naruto and stabbed at a downwards angle. Crap. This is probably my best chance to take him down. He's seen through my clones and fighting style, so the element of surprise won't be there, but I can't take that risk. I haven't figured out what his swords can do. His indecision had come at a cost. Unable to definitively make a move, Naruto poured force into his legs and jumped to the side. And he avoided any lethal strikes. Only the side was opened with a slight gash with a dribble of blood running down it. But sometimes, a mere scratch was all that was needed. Naruto dropped to his knees, struggling to not cry in pain. His entire body was racked with agony, and it was all he could do from just keeping himself conscious. But even through this pain, his mind was at work. I'm an idiot. I should have kept using those clones, but at the same time, I can't replicate my sacred gear. I may be incapacitated, but it's only a matter of time before he dies. At least I found out what one of his swords are capable of. What a shame a strong being such as you was born a devil. The swords levitated into position and Estarossa looked down. The sword you were just cut with was the sword of Eucharist. It affects those who have not undergone that sacred sacrament to a much greater extent. His shriveled wings clenched up in pain. So it is only natural that a body filled with sin such as yours will suffer the worst pain. I see. Naruto grunted, forcing himself up to face his foe. That's one of his swords. But it's not safe to assume all his swords will have the same effects. Still, I'm at the advantage now. Even with a single cut, Estarossa is in danger from dying. My sacred gear devastates his regeneration, so it's him against time. If I wait him out for a couple of minutes, he should just drop dead. He flipped back from the ground, distancing himself from the fallen now that the pain had ceased. Suddenly, an ethereal wall of blue glimmered into existence all around the school before fading away. There it is, the shield is up so I don't have to worry too much about collateral. Still, shaking his head, Naruto clenched his fists. They stood there, acknowledging each other's presence but not acting upon it. Far from them, sounds of miniature explosions could be heard and seen. This momentary peace could not last long. Ground gladius. A jagged fragment of the ground stabbed up. The fallen merely twisted out of the way before taking flight, despite his injured back. Only, as blood continued to seep from his wound, Estarossa fell to his knees. What is this? My strength. He held his hands up to the moonlight, clenching his jaw at the sight of the trembling. Not only that, my wound, there was no time to dwell on it. At this point, my sacred gear has evolved to the point where even a single cut can deal enough damage. It won't be enough to kill Estarossa outright, but it's easier to fight him like this. I'll kick it up a notch this time. Lightning beasts chase. Wider, brighter circles were filled to the brim with Naruto's energy. In a single, coordinated moment, they released the shaped lightning. In an instant, they were upon Estarossa, who was practically unable to dodge. But the gap of experience between the two was more apparent than ever. With a clench of his hand, Estarossa stabbed several, newly formed light rods into the ground in front, easily absorbing and redirecting the lightning into the ground. Your lightning is fearsome, but nothing I have not handled in the past. With a twist of that same hand, the now charged staffs of light were sent in Naruto's way. Without a word, Naruto blasted them to the side with a simple whirlwind. They discharged their energy safely, the lightning crackling one last time and leaving the ground smoldering before disappearing. So we're switching the fight up, are we? He continued to bombard the fallen with a different assortment of elements, showing his widespread mastery. Naruto looked down at his katana. There's no use in having this for the time being. The style of battle is changing, besides, its decaying effect will still work, so he'll still be pressed for time. Reroll, Alpha. Estarossa emitted a low growl. He was still unable to exert some of his strength, so he had resorted to playing the long-distance game. Only, it seemed that the devil was much more magically powerful than expected. How low I've fallen, forgive me, Father, for I have let pride redirect my actions. For repentance, I shall strike all these devils down in your name. As if you weren't already planning that from the start. Naruto sent several wisps of flames in the fallen's direction. Pure mend. A thick, ornate grimoire popped into existence, forcing Estarossa to flinch at the burst of energy. Interesting, my strategy should remain the same, but it might be harder for me to ward off his attacks. But in exchange, I have my healing benefits. A slight green glow surrounded his body. Don't think I'll just cower back, Estarossa. Leaving behind a gust of wind, Naruto had appeared in front of Estarossa with his fist cocked back. The fallen barely had any time to widen his eyes, never mind blocking his attack. His limbs are glowing. Is that some kind of strengthening magic? No wonder the devil is so quick now. With a smirk, Naruto slammed his fist into the fallen's chest, forcing blood out of his mouth. It's over now, Estarossa. It was nice fighting you. The redhead concentrated his aura into his hand, the lightning sparking and chirping wildly as it fought to unleash itself. But in that split second, the devil had let his guard down, failing to notice a missing sword on top of Estarossa's head. Perhaps it was inexperience or even overconfidence in the power of his sacred gear. Whatever it was, it had caused a fatal mistake. The blade stabbed into Naruto's back just as the tips of his hands plunged into Estarossa's chest. His hand shuddered in a wild effort to move. A burning sensation spread throughout his body for a second before dying back down. So close, his hand inched closer, piercing deeper but failing to deal the final blow. I see, you have been cut by the blade of marriage. But to have resisted its effects up to this extent, Estarossa laughed slightly, moving backwards to free himself from the hand wreathed with lightning. Die, devil! Estarossa launched all 7 swords at the devil, hell-bent on skewering Naruto into countless pieces.